Chapter 675. Yi Qian would have nothing to say if the higher-ups were to come out, but holding hands like this, how could that be? She scanned her surroundings from the corner of her eye. Because Year 2 Class 1 came out late, and the other classes were still having dinner, there were not many people in the large field. The two of them were walking close to each other. Even if they were holding hands, they would not attract any attention. With this small wound on your hand, it gives us a chance to speak alone. Seeing her confusion, Xia Jinyuan smiled and let go of her hand. As an instructor, I'm accompanying a student to the infirmary to treat her wound. I don't think anyone will say anything. She didn't expect that these students' grades hadn't improved, but their ability to make groundless accusations had broadened her horizons. She still had to spend 2 more years in high school, so naturally she had to be more cautious. But she was seen by others. It would be another storm that she had no choice but to face. Yi Jian's gaze flickered when she heard that. She pursed her lips and chuckled before saying, I think with Captain Xia's ability, no one can stop you from doing what you want to do even if someone gossips, right? Why do I feel like there's something wrong with what you're saying? Little fox, there's no need to be so ambiguous between us. Come, tell me what you mean. Xia Jinyuan narrowed his eyes and looked at her with a burning gaze. Tell me what I want to do. No one can stop me. There was a faint smile in his narrowed eyes. Yi Qian instinctively looked away because his gaze was too intense. She did not notice the teasing smile in the eyes of the dangerous man standing in front of her. With a cold expression, she saw 2 students walking over. As she walked, she distanced herself from him and said disapprovingly, How would I know what Captain Xia wants to do? Isn't everything you do confidential? How would I know? No, you should know very well. With your intelligence, how could you not know what I want to do? This little brat was really... Once she completed the mission, she wanted to distance herself from him. The space between them was so wide that it could fit 2 more grown men. Now was the time to put some distance between them. So be it. Be careful during military training, especially since Little Fox was now the brightest star in the military training. Who knew how many people were secretly sizing her up? Even the 2 students who brushed past her turned back to look at her with every step they took. The things that he was worried about came, and so did the things that were a little annoying. A love letter. It had only been less than a month, and he had already started receiving love letters. From what he heard earlier, it wasn't just 1 or 2 letters but countless. Yi Qian had no idea that Major Xia was already thinking about the love letter. She was still thinking about how to answer his question, and then find out why he had come all the way to the anti-chemical regiment. After thinking for a while, he simply said, I don't know and I don't want to know. So, Captain Xia, it's better if you don't ask me. She must not follow the meaning of his words. Based on past experience, if she was not careful, she would be the one to suffer in the end. It was still the same. When it came to a slightly sensitive topic, Little Fox would immediately shrink back into her nest. She was so alert that he wanted to tease her again. Then I won't talk about it. There's still the inspection tomorrow, right? Will you be going straight back to school then? When asked about her whereabouts, Yi Qian was even more alert. She looked at the man who was only a fist's width away from her and frowned. Captain Xia, is there anything you need me to do? I should be going back to school tomorrow. Who knows? I might go out for a walk. Chapter 676. Are you that afraid of me sticking to you? There was only a fist's width between them, but Xia Jinyuan suddenly leaned over and lowered his head. His hot breath was already close to her cheek. Do you think that I came all the way from the capital to the southern province for you? Is that why you're afraid? His sudden approach startled Yi Qian, but when she heard what he said, Yi Qian gradually calmed down. Based on her understanding of him, the more he said this, the more likely it was that the truth was not so. She was certain that he came to the anti-chemical regiment for a reason, and not for her as she had previously guessed. Instead of avoiding him, she looked up and asked with a faint smile, If I really think so, Captain Xia, can you stay away from me? That's a bit difficult. He smiled slightly as he answered. When he was close, she could see the seriousness in the corners of his eyes. That seriousness seemed to have a deeper meaning, and his words also had a double meaning. It took me a few hours to get here. If you're too far away, I won't be able to explain it to my superiors. And little fox, when I came to the anti-chemical regiment, I didn't expect you to be here. It's not good to overthink things at such a young age. He continued to tease Yi Qian, acting like a fox hunter. Unexpectedly, the little fox was cunning by nature. Not only did she become alert at the slightest movement, but she could also smell something strange. Based on what he knew about her, if he said such words, it meant that he wasn't here for her. If he was really here for her, this dangerous and elegant man was like a hunter who waited patiently for his prey to become impatient. Hearing this, she raised her eyebrows slightly and said indifferently, "So I misunderstood you, Captain Xia. I'm sorry, it's rare for me to think too much. Please forgive me, Captain Xia. Just now, I really did think that Captain Xia was here to look for me. Fortunately, you weren't. Then I'm relieved." Yi Qian naturally increased the distance between the two of them. With a sly smile in his eyes, he took a few steps back and smiled at Xia Jinyuan, who had a trace of astonishment on his handsome face. He waved his hand and said, "I can go to the infirmary alone. There's no need to trouble Captain Xia to accompany me. Also, thank you for reminding me that the old injury on my arm needs to be changed. Thank you very much." She walked away briskly, leaving Xia Jinyuan standing there alone with a smile on his face. She had improved. He had wanted to tease her and be a patient hunter. How could he have known that this prey had become intelligent? She had long seen through his plan in the dark and had pretended to be fooled. Thus it became. She was teasing him. Little fox, don't you know that the prey is so smart that it can arouse the hunter's competitive spirit? Knowing that he only came to the Chemical Defense Regiment because he had something important to do, she left at ease. But now that both of them were in the Chemical Defense Regiment, even if he had something important to do, it would not prevent him from coming to find her. Looking at her back and then at the students coming and going on the field, Xia Jinyuan did not chase after her. Instead, he chuckled softly and said, "How can we stay away from her? Don't forget, the camouflage you're wearing is the same color as the camouflage I'm wearing. It's the same forest camouflage that belongs to the army. How can we stay away from each other?" After watching her disappear from his sight, Xia Jinyuan leisurely walked away. He was a little hungry and had to go back for dinner first. He would talk to Little Fox about the love letter later. Chapter 677. That's right, Major Xia was still brooding over the love letter incident. Yi Qian didn't know that he was still thinking about the love letter. To her, the love letter was just like writing an essay. There was nothing interesting about it. It was just the thoughts of a little boy. She was an adult, so how could she play house with a little boy? There were hurried footsteps in the infirmary. Yi Qian was about to knock on the door when someone opened it from the inside. He said, "I'll inform her parents to come over now. I'll have to trouble the military doctor to control her first." This was the military training logistics teacher arranged by the school. He was the form teacher of Class 4. Teacher Xiao hurriedly opened the door and saw Yi Qian at the door. He was stunned for a moment before he said, "Are you hurt anywhere? Or are you feeling unwell? It's a little messy inside. Wait outside for a moment. I'll get the medical staff to take a look at you." Teacher Xiao still recognized Yi Qian. He also knew that today's incident was all thanks to Yi Qian. Otherwise, the school wouldn't be able to explain it to the military. He actually dared to accuse the instructor of liking a girl in his class. He even angered the political commissar of the regiment. As a teacher, no matter how professional he was, he still wanted to hit him. He hurriedly took a few steps out and came back. "Yi Ying's parents will be here soon. Don't stay in the infirmary for too long." He was afraid that the parents would vent their anger on Yi Qian, so he reminded him implicitly. Yi Qian thought that the military would send Yi Ying away. He didn't expect her to stay in the infirmary. Hearing this, he smiled politely and obediently. "I understand, Teacher Xiao. I won't stay for too long. I'll leave soon." "Okay, you haven't eaten yet, right? Settle your matters and hurry back to class to eat." There was no teacher who didn't like good students, especially good students who didn't cause trouble. Teacher Xiao left in a hurry after giving a few more words of advice. Pushing open the half-closed infirmary door, Yi Qian saw two soldiers standing by a bed. Yi Ying was lying on the bed with her eyes wide open. Her gaze and expression were blank. She stared at the ceiling without saying a word. Tears flowed out from the corners of her eyes. She looked quite pitiful. "Hello, military doctor. Sorry to disturb you. I have some injuries on my arm that need to be treated. Sorry to trouble you." Yi Qian only glanced at it once before he no longer paid any attention to it. Rather than saying that it was pitiful, it was better to say that it was his own fault. Since she was there, Yi Qian would not avoid her. He greeted her graciously, then took off his camouflage jacket and sat on the stool in his short sleeves. The military doctor wanted to ask her to wait, but when he saw the gauze on her arm, he said to the two soldiers, "Keep an eye on her. Don't let her struggle again." No one dared to touch a student with heart disease. When Yi Ying was brought to the infirmary, all she did was cry. She did not speak, nor did she make a fuss. She was so quiet that even the teachers panicked. After asking for instructions from the school leaders, they went out to contact the parents and asked them to follow the school leaders to the army to pick up Yi Ying. As for what the outcome would be, they would only know after the military training ended. Not crying or making a fuss did not mean that she did not care or think about anything. Yi Ying's mind was spinning fast. The worst-case scenario would be dropping out of school. But there were a few ways to do that. Even if she wanted to drop out of school, she wanted to do it beautifully. Then using her heart disease as an excuse would be the most beautiful way to drop out. Just as he was thinking, he heard a voice that he hated to the bone. After his eyes focused, he slowly retracted his empty expression. It was no longer the lifeless expression that made even the teacher feel apprehensive. Instead, there was a sharp expression between his brows. Chapter 678. Yi Qian had never thought of making Yi Ying admit defeat. If Yi Ying was someone who admitted defeat easily, she would have done so long ago in junior high. But she didn't. Sun Dongqing made such a big deal out of it on the second day of the Lunar New Year. But Yi Ying only took 7 days off. She immediately adjusted and continued to study in school. Just from this point alone, it could be seen that Yi Ying had a ruthless spirit that refused to accept her fate. That stubborn streak of stubbornness supported Yi Ying to not admit defeat to Yi Qian easily. But now it wasn't a matter of whether she admitted defeat or not, but she had really lost this time. That's right, but she had lost this time. Who knew what would happen next time? Her breathing changed from heavy to rapid. The change made Yi Jian, who was sitting on the stool, smile coldly. Yi Ying would not admit defeat easily. She knew this very well, but so what? What she wanted was not for her to admit defeat, but for her to live out her high school life peacefully. As for what Major Xia said about using her connections to do something without being discovered, if someone had said that in her previous life, she would have been more than happy to oblige. But not in this life. From the age of 14 to 28, she had lived in Yi Ying's shadow for 14 whole years. Later on, she was forced to hide like a stray dog. How could she just forget about 14 years? Moreover, in her previous life, her life was ruined by Yi Ying. In this life, everything was changing. What was there to be anxious about? No hurry, take it slow. We still have plenty of time to settle the score. She was also anxious for revenge, because she knew that her ability wasn't strong enough to kill someone without being discovered. She also knew very well that she didn't want a momentary satisfaction. Ying was still so young now. Killing her with a single blow wouldn't give her any sense of accomplishment. She would boil the frog in warm water first. Of course, the most important thing was that Yi Jian was very clear that his ability was not strong enough to kill a person, escape the political investigation, and do it quietly. At this moment, it was fine to let Ying torment herself. The provincial first high school was indeed a very good school. Every year, the students who were admitted to Hua University and Shi University were all famous in the country. With Yi Ying's current grades, it would not be too difficult for her to get into Hua University and Shi University. However, she was digging her own grave. Even if she didn't do anything, she could still watch her destroy her bright future, and let Yi Jifan worry about it. The military doctor also heard Yi Qian's rapid breathing, so he went to check again. After confirming that there was no problem, he treated the wound on Yi Qian's hand. He used sterilized medical scissors to cut off the gauze. When the bullet wound on the arm was exposed, as a military doctor, he immediately recognized the injury. He looked at the student in front of him with some surprise. "How did you get this wound?" "This was a bullet wound." Even if it had formed a scab, it could still be seen. It wasn't surprising for a soldier to have a bullet wound, but how could a student have a bullet wound on his body? Yi Qian also didn't expect the military doctor to recognize the bullet wound at a glance. Just as he was about to speak, Teacher Xiao, who had just finished calling her parents, walked in. Her expression was so serious that even her voice was tense. "Ying, your parents will be here later. The school will arrange for another teacher to go with you. If there's anything, you can go back to school and explain." He then heard Teacher Xiao say, "Thank you for your hard work. Let our teacher handle this. Thank you for your hard work." Chapter 679. It was indeed inappropriate for two soldiers to stand by a student's bedside. Moreover, the political commissar had instructed that students' affairs should be handled by the school and the teachers. After saluting the teacher, they left together. After they left, Xia Jinyuan walked in. With his height of nearly 1.9 meters, the air in the infirmary suddenly became a lot more crowded. Yi Qian felt a familiar scent. She looked up slightly and saw the man she had just shaken off, walking up to her. For some reason, Yi Qian couldn't help but tense up when she saw him, but she also believed that he wouldn't say anything, that Ying would take note of. After yesterday's incident and today's incident, Ying naturally knew about the change in her. Since this change was suppressing her existence, she would definitely tell Yi Jifan. What would Yi Jifan do if he found out? He would investigate, he would definitely investigate. Moreover, he would make Ying recall everything she knew and told him everything she saw, so that he could find the slightest clue. She wasn't afraid of anything Yi Jifan did. Even if he found out about her relationship with the military. The only thing she didn't want was for Xia Jinyuan to be involved. She didn't want anyone to be involved in the matter between her and Yi Jifan's family. She looked up and narrowed her eyes slightly as she glanced at him. Then she calmly glanced in Yi Ying's direction. She knew that he wouldn't say much, but she could at least give him a reminder. Xia Jinyuan thought that she wouldn't even look at him. Seeing this, the corners of his lips, which had been pressing down, curled up slightly. He walked to Yi Jian's side and fixed his eyes on her arm. It was a little red and swollen with signs of inflammation, but it wasn't a big problem. "Military doctor, please get a bottle of iodine." He only took a glance and looked away without asking anything. He took a bottle of iodine and walked over to the military doctor. "I think we only have a new bottle. Do you have any open bottles?" Soldiers often used iodine and the like. The military doctor casually picked up a half-used bottle of iodine from the medicine rack. "I used half a bottle of this. Get the cotton swab yourself." As she spoke, she saw the major, who had asked her for iodine, reach out his hand and lightly pat the girl's shoulder. This simple action explained why Yi Qian had a gunshot wound on his body. It was because Ying was present, so it was not convenient for Xia Jinyuan to say too much. He also came over because he thought that the military doctor might ask about Yi Qian's wound, so he turned back. Yi Qian saw his gesture and understood that he was telling the military doctor how she got the wound on her arm. He was very close to her, and his hand on her shoulder did not leave for a long time. The temperature of his palm was a little hot through the thin layer of clothes. Yi Qian, who was sitting in the standard military posture, heard his deep voice coming from above his head. "This should work on abrasions, right? It can be used as a daily anti-inflammatory treatment." The Special Forces soldiers from the Snowfield Brigade all knew a little about medicine. It was obvious that they had asked such a simple question on purpose. Yi Jian, who knew why he did it on purpose, pursed her lips. He was so close to her. His hand was still on her shoulder, and he purposely asked a question that even she knew. Even if Yi Qian knew about his intentions, she could not avoid it. In front of the military doctor and Yi Ying, there was nothing she could do but feel helpless. The military doctor did not suspect anything. He thought that the major was asking if the girl could be treated with iodine after she left the army. He smiled and said, "Of course you can. Don't be too nervous. Young people have good physical fitness, strong cell repair ability, and small wounds heal quickly. Iodine can be used as a daily treatment." Chapter 680. "Understood, thank you." Xia Jinyuan, who was handsome and indifferent, smiled slightly. How could he not know Yi Jian's discomfort? His thin lips curved into a smile and he finally took his hand away. His sudden approach and abrupt departure. Yi Jian actually felt a sense of relief. Even the minty scent on his body made her, who was originally holding her breath, take a deep breath without caring about anything else. At this moment, Yi Qian suddenly realized that with an outsider present, she felt even more restrained when interacting with this dangerous man. As for the half-empty bottle of iodine, Xia Jinyuan naturally didn't take it. He picked up the brand new bottle of iodine and didn't stay any longer. He smiled at Yi Qian and left with the elegance of a nobleman. The military doctor didn't notice anything wrong the entire time. Instead, he thought that Xia Jinyuan was taking care of Yi Qian. You're quite attentive. Here, extend your arm. Let's clean it first. What else could Yi Qian say? Xia Jinyuan had the ability to do bad things and still make others think that he was doing a good thing. The military doctor didn't need to ask any further questions since it was a work injury. He used normal saline to carefully clean the red and swollen area, and removed a very small pus spot from the blood scab. The military doctor had always been very cautious when dealing with gunshot wounds. After rebandaging the wound, the military doctor said softly, "The area isn't big, but it will still leave a scar. You have to be mentally prepared." If there was a scar, it probably wouldn't be as big as the one on the back of his waist. Yi Qian put on his jacket and smiled at the military doctor. "It's okay. I didn't do it to look good. Thank you, doctor. I'll trouble you again tomorrow." After Teacher Xiao told Yi Ying that her parents would be coming, she came to Yi Qian's side. "When did you get hurt? The teachers didn't even know that you were hurt." "I didn't get hurt during military training. I accidentally hurt myself. It's a little inflamed, so I came to trouble the military doctor to take a look at it," Yi Qian explained with a smile. After what happened in the past 2 days, the logistics teachers arranged by the school probably all recognized him. It turned out that he had been injured before the military training. Teacher Xiao, who was slightly relieved, asked the military doctor again. "It's not a big problem. The inflammation isn't serious either. I'll be fine in 3 to 5 days after I return to school." Naturally, the military doctor could not tell the teacher the exact cause of the injury. Now that the gunshot was out in the open, the military doctor naturally had to cover it up and explain. "It's just a small problem. I didn't notice it earlier and it's a little pus. It's not a big problem now. The inflammation isn't serious. I'll come back tomorrow to change the medicine again. You can remove the gauze after 3 to 5 days. You can use iodine for your daily care." When Teacher Xiao heard this, he was relieved. He couldn't be careless with Class 1's Yi Qian. He kindly reminded Yi Qian, "Take good care of yourself. If you need anything, look for me at any time. Go back to class and eat. Rest early. You still have to wake up early tomorrow." Yi Ying, who was lying on the bed, did not feel good when she heard this. She was lying on the bed, but Teacher Xiao didn't comfort her. Didn't he get hurt during military training? Teacher Xiao was so concerned about him. "Teacher Xiao, I want to go outside for a walk. It's uncomfortable to lie down." Yi Ying, who was lying on the bed because she wanted to escape, said softly. She supported herself on the bed with both hands and prepared to get up. Teacher Xiao knew that she had a conflict with Yi Qian during target practice. When he heard this, his face darkened and he said, "Where do you want to go? I'll accompany you." Chapter 681. No need. I've already made Teacher Xiao worry today. I just want to go out for a walk. The smell in the infirmary is giving me a headache. My heart is also stifling. I can't sleep even if I wanted to. At first, Teacher Xiao was slightly relieved, but towards the end, her expression changed. This student was threatening her with the excuse of having a heart condition. Yi Qian was already at the door. Hearing this, she turned around and sneered at Yi Ying, who had obviously chased after her. Her cold gaze swept down from her face to her neck and landed on the intricately woven red string. The sneer at the corner of her mouth increased. Yi Ying followed her gaze and looked down. Instantly, her expression changed drastically. She abruptly turned around, and her expression was somewhat vexed. This jade pendant can't be seen by Yi Qian. There was a soft sound of the door closing behind her. Before she could hide her vexed expression, Yi Ying became angry again. She said rudely to Teacher Xiao, "I just want to go out for a walk. Teacher Xiao, don't tell me you won't allow me to go out? She was really looking down on her teacher. Her voice was anxious and angry. Standing at the door, Yi Qian's smile deepened. He glanced at Major Xia, who had not left, and said with a smile, "If you don't leave, the people inside will rush out. Even if they rush out, I believe you won't be afraid. Also, why do I feel that? You actually want her to rush out." Xia Jinyuan, who now found it fun to block people, caught up with Yi Qian in a few steps. His gaze fell on her face. Seeing that her expression was somewhat sharp, his eyes darkened. "Since you want to get rid of her, you don't have to think too much about it. Also, I heard from your teacher that her parents will be here later. You know that I've investigated you before, and I've also investigated Yi Jifan's family. This Madame Yi is considered a tyrant in Shuke village. I'm afraid she'll only stop after making a scene this time." This was not a casual investigation, but an in-depth investigation. Yi Qian glanced at him and pursed his lips. "I'm not afraid of her making a scene today. The bigger the better. But this matter ends here with Yi Ying. His daughter has already been stupid once. Yi Jifan won't allow his wife to fool around again. With Yi Jifan around, as long as it was something that was detrimental to their family, he would definitely step in to stop it." Xia Jinyuan, who had investigated Yi Jifan, was well aware of this. After pondering for a while, he nodded and said, "Yi Jifan is indeed a capable person, and the person behind him is well hidden. Little fox, it's good that you're like this for the time being. After what happened today, Yi Jifan won't dare to act recklessly." This was because he didn't know how deep the water behind the little fox was. To a politician, if he didn't even know how deep the water was, it was impossible for him to act rashly. Since it was already so late, Yi Qian naturally couldn't go back to class for dinner. Instead, Xia Jinyuan brought him to the platoon. At the back door of the cafeteria, he began to scoop rice for Yi Qian with familiarity, and brought out 3 dishes and a bowl of soup. "I asked them to leave some for us. We tried a few platoon dishes and they all tasted the same. There was nothing we could be picky about. You've already given us special treatment. What else do you want?" Yi Qian took the plate and the two of them began to have dinner in the small kitchen of the anti-chemical regiment. There were no candlelight, no flowers and no pleasant music. All they did was wear the same camouflage uniform and share the same plate of food. Chapter 682. This was a soldier in love. There was no romance, no surprise, no romance. There was only lovesickness and heart-wrenching pain. But for the sake of wearing the military uniform, he had no complaints or regrets. Xia Jinyuan finished his meal faster than Yi Qian. After finishing his meal in a few bites, he replied, "Remember to wash the dishes." Then he quickly left. Before he left, Yi Qian saw him pull the pen and notebook used by the cookhouse soldiers to register hygiene from the wall. Then he walked out of the kitchen with his slender legs. As a major, he came to the military kitchen to look for food. If someone saw him and saw his military rank, they would at least be a major and would be lenient. But she couldn't. She was still a student. If she was caught, she would only be reprimanded. Thinking of this, Yi Qian hurriedly ate, afraid that the cookhouse soldiers would come back and catch him. Their plates still had to be washed. After eating, they washed the plates and stacked them. When they came out, they saw Xia Jinyuan half squatting on the lawn behind the kitchen. His tall and slender figure was bent like a crouching beast, cold and fierce. He seemed to have gotten a haircut. The hair at the back of his head was neatly trimmed, revealing the deep nape of his neck. His thick and black hair looked wild and unruly. It should be prickly to touch, Yi Qian thought to herself as she lowered her eyes. His right arm kept moving slightly, as if he was doing delicate work that couldn't be stretched too far. Suddenly, Yi Qian seemed to have thought of something. She stopped in her tracks. Then she couldn't resist the urge to run away. He said he wanted to talk to her about the love letter. Just now. He pulled the pen and notebook used by the cookhouse soldiers to register hygiene. And now he was acting like this. Could she think a little deeper, a little more, and think that Captain Xiao was writing a love letter? Thinking of this possibility, Yi Qian unconsciously pursed her lips. Her breathing quickened, and her delicate, jade-like face began to heat up and redden. I better hurry up and leave. Who was Captain Xia? He had Commander-in-Chief Xia above him. That was the only highest-ranking general in the entire army, and Captain Xia was his son. Only now did Yi Qian remember such an important matter. How could he dare to stay any longer? He fled like a rabbit. Xia Jinyuan had already heard the commotion behind him, but he was still writing furiously. So what if it was a love letter? What kind of love letter could those immature boys write? The little fox wouldn't even look at a childish love letter. The most hateful thing was that he had been waiting for the little fox to go to university to deliver the letter. But before he could do anything, someone else had beaten him to it. He couldn't take it anymore. He had to write a love letter. I don't know what love is, but I think that when I see you smile, I will smile. When I see you in pain, I will feel pain. I think that is love. They say that the love of a special forces soldier is the most bitter love, because their love can't be exposed to the sun. It can only struggle in the dark and cold corners. Even if they miss each other, it will be painful to the bone. Little fox, I don't know what it feels like to miss each other. I only know that when I calm down, I think the most about you is whether you're doing well on your side. When I'm in a desolate place, facing the endless yellow sand, I think that even flying past where you are is a kind of happiness. At this point, Xia Jinyuan picked up the pen and added, compared to little boys who only know how to seek sensual love, I think that true love is when two people's souls are compatible. This sentence was written with a strong sense of jealousy. Chapter 683. It could be said that Major Xia had indeed braved jealousy to finish writing the love letter. This kind of thing had actually been beaten to it. Furthermore, when Major Xia started writing, he thought that no matter what, he could write better than a little boy's love letter, and it could move people's hearts more. He had never written a love letter before, nor had he read a love letter. He had to write it based on his feelings. He couldn't make Yi Qian feel afraid, nor could he make her run away. He had to express his love and admiration for her. Xia Jinyuan originally thought that writing a love letter would be more difficult than writing a report. Who would have thought that when he picked up the pen and opened the slightly smoky notebook, the words in his heart came out easily. The tip of the pen moved quickly, one by one, beautiful and powerful. Between the twists and turns, the words leaped out of the paper like iron and silver hooks. He couldn't think too deeply about it. He followed his heart and wrote without a pause. In winter we can be neighbors with snowy mountains. In summer we can be companions with the sea. In autumn we can dance with the yellow sand. In spring we can spend time together in the jungle. We can challenge our limits day and night, and we can pass through the smoke of war. Isn't this kind of interaction more unforgettable than those romantic interactions? You're a soldier and I'm a soldier. We have the same goal, the same military uniform, and we can entrust our backs to each other. Don't you think I'm much better than a boy? I didn't want to disturb you in advance, but I didn't expect some guys to beat me to it. They did what I wanted to do when you went to university. If this can be tolerated, what else can I tolerate? They're so bad. They know that you're obsessed with your studies, but they actually wrote a love letter to distract you. If you're really distracted and affect your studies, how are you going to explain it to Uncle Chun and Uncle Jen? You can't consider these bad boys. They're obviously trying to affect you. But if you really want to consider them, you can consider me first. I'm 6 years older than you, and I'm like a father to you. I can help you a lot more than those inexperienced boys. Of course, I don't mind if you treat me as your boyfriend, because that's exactly what I want. Last time you wrote a letter with a menu. This time, I'm writing a love letter with a kitchen notebook. The two are different, but the result is the same. I think this is fate. What do you think? A love letter was actually over 1,000 words long. After he finished writing the love letter, Xia Jinyuan wrote a few words at the end. You can't be careless about your lifelong happiness. Please approve it. Applicant, Xia Jinyuan. By now Yi Qian had already run away. How could he not? She even found it difficult to deal with the love letters from the boys in school, let alone a love letter from Xia Jinyuan. A love letter from a dangerous, elegant man, who she could only escape from. What was even more frightening was the fact that behind him was Commander-in-Chief Xia. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. Of the 36 stratagems, running away was naturally the best stratagem. Run and run. You can't receive the love letter from Captain Xia. It was easy to reject a young boy's love letter, but Captain Xia's love letter. Yi Qian was afraid that he wouldn't be able to handle it. If she ran away, Xia Jinyuan would chase after her. Someone had to take the initiative in this kind of thing. Xia Jinyuan, who had never been in a relationship before, and was writing a love letter for the first time, realized that some things really couldn't wait. Look at him. He originally wanted to wait, but in the end someone else beat him to it. As a soldier, he had to fight to be the first in everything. It was the same for everything. When he turned around, he didn't see anyone. Xia Jinyuan wasn't in a hurry. As long as she was still in the anti-chemical regiment, the love letter in his hand would definitely be delivered. Chapter 684. Major Xia, who was not in a hurry, returned the pen and notebook he borrowed from the cookhouse. Just as he was about to hang them up, he realized that he had torn the thread that held the notebook. When he tore it, he did not think of taking it down. All he thought of was to quickly write the love letter and hand it to her. With the love letter in hand, Major Xia restored everything to its original state before gracefully leaving the kitchen. Now he was officially going to arrest him. Yi Qian didn't run to the dormitory, but to the field instead. Tomorrow was the end of the 7 days of military training for the anti-chemical regiment. At this moment there were many students on the field. Each class was in a large circle. In the middle of the circle sat the instructor, listening to stories from the army. From time to time loud laughter could be heard. There was laughter on everyone's faces. Seeing everyone laughing so happily, Yi Ying's face was as gloomy as dark clouds. Even Yao Jing, who was beside her, felt her scalp go numb. What happened to your class today? Why are you all out so late? Yao Jing didn't immediately ask Yi Ying what happened. Instead she asked about the class. Yi Ying was in a bad mood, most likely because of Yi Qian. Asking about the class was equivalent to asking why Yi Ying was in such a bad mood. When she came out of the infirmary and didn't see Yi Qian, Yi Ying's face was gloomy. When she heard Yao Jing's question, a trace of viciousness flashed across her eyes. Something happened and I was delayed. Jing, I'll transfer schools. Transfer schools? Yao Jing was shocked. What was so serious that she had to transfer schools? Yes, I was too anxious to make a move today. I didn't expect Yi Qian, that damned girl, to have such a trick up her sleeve. This time I've made a big mistake. I have no choice but to transfer schools. She had become the public enemy of the entire class. Not only would the class not tolerate her, but the school would also not tolerate her. When she returned to school, her classmates would go outside and say some nasty things. Then the whole school would know about what had happened today. This was the last thing she wanted to see. Transferring schools became her only choice. Frowning, Yao Jing asked, "What happened that forced you to transfer schools? Didn't I remind you to stay calm when it comes to Yi Qian? Even Luo Ran was forced to be sent back to school. Now that you're involved, it seems like this Yi Qian isn't as simple as it seems." Fortunately, she didn't act rashly and let Luo Ran and Ying take the lead. Yao Jing, who was secretly rejoicing, wanted to pry out what happened in class from Yi Ying. However, on second thought, Yi Ying was in a fit of anger, so even if she asked, she wouldn't be able to get anything out of her. He wasn't in a hurry. When he returned to school, he would go to Year 2 Class 1 and ask around. Naturally, he would find out why the two sisters had to transfer schools. Compared to Yi Ying, Yao Jing was able to keep her composure. She continued, "It's not up to you to decide whether you want to transfer to another school or not. You still have to ask the school and your parents. Don't worry, it's already happened. What's the point of being anxious?" He could only blame himself for being too impatient. Yi Qian had only been here for a month, but he had already lost so badly that he had to transfer schools. Even if my parents don't agree, I will still transfer schools. Ying really didn't want to talk about her embarrassing incident. Now that she didn't even dare to go back to class, what was the point of continuing to study? Let Yi Qian be proud of himself. As the days went by, he would make her regret it one day. She couldn't help but place her hand on her chest. This was the jade pendant, an item that could change her identity. With it, she wouldn't have to worry about not having a chance to deal with Yi Qian in the future. Chapter 685. That's right, she still had the jade pendant. She still had a chance to make Yi Qian wish he was dead. Just wait, just wait. She'd better wait and see. Ying swore in her heart. Her eyes were as sharp as needles as she narrowed them viciously. Just you wait. Today's humiliation will be returned 100-fold. Definitely. 100-fold. Holding the jade pendant, Ying felt as if she had fallen into an abyss just a moment ago. Now she saw the light of day again. Today's mistake was nothing. She just saw Yiqian's improvement. Yes, it was nothing. She would work hard too. She would not let Yiqian surpass her again and again. So what if he knew how to stand? So what if he knew how to shoot? A poor soldier would be a poor soldier for the rest of his life. He could only wait to be discharged. Like Instructor Huang. What's the use of having so many achievements? In the end, he still went back home obediently. Thinking of this, Ying was so excited that her eyes were bloodshot. So what if Yiqian was powerful? He still had no one to help him. As for her, as long as her father was here and she had the jade pendant, what was there to be afraid of? Yao Jing was a shrewd person. She immediately sensed the change in Ying and looked over. A trace of doubt flashed across her eyes. Why did she suddenly feel better? Her face was gloomy just now. Why did she suddenly become happy? Didn't she only have a jade pendant on her chest? She sighed. A mountain can't have two tigers. You're obviously at a disadvantage now. It's good that you transfer schools. As for the school, I'll keep an eye on it. Don't forget there's still Luo Ran. Yes, there was still Luo Ran. He would not drop out of school. The school would not allow him to do so. Ying, who was in an even better mood, giggled. I almost forgot. Luo Ran is not someone to be trifled with. Today Yiqian even chased him out of the army. How Luo Ran lost face again and again. This feud is definitely formed. She paused for a moment. When she spoke again, her tone was even more excited. Let's wait and see how Yiqian is dealt with by Luo Ran. That might not be the case. He kicked one out of military training and the other out of school. Yao Jing thought of the military officer who came to school that day and pursed her lips. She was still holding back her anger. It seemed like. Just as she was wondering if she should continue to endure, she heard Ying say, also, the idea you came up with last night won't work on Yiqian at all. She was not afraid of snakes at all. I saw with my own eyes that she caught a snake and nailed it to a wooden stick with a dagger. Then she skinned the snake and ate it raw with the instructors. Thinking of the bloody scene, Ying felt her stomach churn. You can even eat this kind of thing. You're as disgusting as a savage. Even ate snakes. What kind of person was Yiqian? Why was it getting harder and harder to see through him? Compared to Ying, who only saw the surface, Yao Jing saw deeper and deeper. When she heard what Ying said, not only did she not feel disgusted, she was even more afraid of Yiqian. She also knew that if she wanted to make a move, she would either defeat Yiqian in one fell swoop, or she could forget about making a move. Yiqian, over here. Come and sit over here. Even though they were all watching from the side of the field, they still heard Yiqian's name. Ying's eyes suddenly sharpened as she looked over. She saw Yiqian jogging over from the center of the field. He walked straight to Grade 2 Class 1 who was sitting around the field. She did not want to get close to Grade 2 Class 1. Chapter 686. Ying's face darkened. She stopped in her tracks and said stiffly, Class 1 is in front. I won't be going over. Hurry back to class. My parents will be here soon. It had been an hour and a half since the shooting practice ended. The 2.5-hour car ride from the provincial capital to the anti-chemical regiment was almost there. The setting sun withdrew the last ray of sunlight, and it was another clear night dotted with stars. The gentle evening breeze blew past, blowing away the heat of the day. Yao Jing wasn't in the mood to talk to Ying. Fine, I can't help you with your problem. But I don't think it's necessary to transfer schools. You can change classes. I don't want Yiqian to think that you transferred because you were scared. I'm just giving you a suggestion. Think about it. If she transferred schools, there would be one less person to cause trouble for Yiqian. That was something she didn't want to see. Someone walked past the two of them, leaving behind an elegant mint scent. He wasn't walking slowly and could even be considered elegant. Even his camouflage uniform exuded a reserved aura. Yao Jing couldn't help but take a second look at him, but all she saw was an imposing figure. Ying had already left. Yao Jing stood in the same spot and looked forward again. She saw that the figure was walking in the direction of Class 1. Yao Jing, why are you hiding here? You're the literature committee member of the class. You can't slip away. The singing competition with Class 5 has begun. It's up to you now. Yao Jing, who had wanted to take a second look, was dragged away by a classmate. She lowered her head and realized that the figure she had been watching had already disappeared. The sophomore class had already started chatting with instructor Huang, especially the few boys led by Lu Xian. They were very serious about whether being a soldier was good or not. It was obvious that the promise of being a soldier was not a joke when they said that they would join the army if they did not get into university. Yi Qian, who had just sat down, heard Jiasun say softly, "If it's good to be a soldier, I want to be a soldier too. But my parents won't agree. They'll let me study in one of the junior colleges. You can join the military as well, you." Before he could finish his sentence, Yi Qian quietly and gently bent his back. "Don't be impulsive. Let's hear what Instructor Huang has to say first. I'm going to the washroom. I'll look for you later." Sure enough, the army was Xia Jinyuan's territory. She had been wandering around for half an hour. But he still managed to find her. With that said, she crouched down and sneaked through the classroom under the cover of the darkening sky. Then she stuck close to Class 2 next door and nimbly left. As the sky darkened, it was not easy to find a person in such a large sports field. However, it was easy for Xia Jinyuan, but the person he was looking for was not simple either. He had clearly seen her before he walked over, but now she was gone. Without alerting the students of Class 1, Xia Jinyuan paused his steps for a moment. Then his thin lips curved into a smile. He actually followed the path that Yi Qian had avoided. She had been trained as a special forces soldier, and so had he. His professional knowledge was much thicker than Yi Jian's. From his perspective, it was clear which route was the best to avoid being noticed and which one was the best from a professional point of view. When it came to scouting and tracking, the two of them were evenly matched. Yi Qian, who had noticed that Xia Jinyuan was chasing after her, raised her brows slightly. With a few leaps, she had already left the sports field and was approaching the forest. Chapter 687. This is getting interesting. Standing at the place where Yi Jian had stopped a second ago, Xia Jinyuan's smiling eyes were filled with interest. He chuckled and followed Yi Jian into the forest. The forest was much darker than the outside, and it was a restricted military area of the anti-chemical regiment. It would take some time to avoid the scouts in the forest. Compared to Xia Jinyuan, Yi Qian was more familiar with the forest since it was his second time entering. After avoiding two scouts, he heard Xia Jinyuan's calm voice and calm laughter. "Let's have a competition to see who is the first to walk out of the forest and who can accurately report how many scouts are in the forest. What do you think?" Hearing this, Yi Jian was also interested and readily agreed. "It's very interesting to be able to compete with Captain Xia. The time limit is 1 hour. What do you think? Why don't we make a bet? For example, whoever loses will have to promise the other party one thing. What do you think?" If he didn't make a bet now, it would be a waste of an opportunity to openly send a love letter. How could Xia Jinyuan with his high IQ miss this opportunity? In the darkness of the night, there was something different about his light laughter. There was an irresistible charm to it. What do you think? Do you dare to make such a bet? Do you dare? Yi Qian gently clenched his hands. It wasn't a matter of whether he dared or not. It was a matter of whether he wanted to or not. It was undeniable that the bet he proposed was indeed tempting. "Why? Are you worried that your professional skills are not up to standard? That's good. If I find any problems, I can point them out on the spot and give you some advice. After all, I've been in the army for a few years longer than you, so I can more or less give you some advice." His voice was so gentle that it didn't contain a trace of coercion. It was especially comfortable to listen to and also made her heart beat faster. She wasn't afraid of Xia Jinyuan as a person. She was afraid of his actions that made her resist but couldn't really refuse. Sometimes it even made her heart beat faster and made her feel a trace of joy. This was the root of her frustration. She couldn't really refuse him, but she didn't want to lose such a good teacher and helpful friend. Therefore, she chose to avoid him for as long as she could. But now it seemed that it was impossible. There had to be a reply. Yi Qian smiled and replied calmly, "I can't refuse Captain Xia's invitation. Since the bet has been placed, why don't we start now?" She actually agreed. She was indeed a confident and daring little fox. It's 6:45 now. Walk out of the forest after you get the answer. There's no time limit. Things were getting more and more interesting. With a like-minded girlfriend by his side, life would be even more joyous. Who said that the love of Special Forces soldiers could not be exposed? The love he wanted was not only to see the light of day, but also to see the flowers bloom in spring. With the passion of the sea hitting the reef, there must also be the romance of watching the bright moon rise together. At this moment, an evenly matched love truly took root and sprouted, letting this strange and quiet forest witness the beginning of this love. The two figures began to move in the forest. Both of them were originally Special Forces soldiers, so it was compulsory for them to avoid the spies and infiltrate deep into the enemy's territory. Xia Jinyuan had been in actual combat countless times, so he had a keen reaction to spies. He was able to hide well on tree trunks and branches. At this moment, his slender figure was like a beast searching for prey in the dark, quickly and violently avoiding two spies. Chapter 688. He had to report the number of surveillance cameras in the entire forest, not the number of surveillance cameras along the route he took. Therefore, he had to know the terrain of the entire forest. Then, he had to use the lines of the surveillance cameras and the layout of the surveillance cameras that he saw to calculate how many surveillance cameras were around the surveillance camera, and where the next surveillance camera might be installed. This was not only a test of observation skills, but also a test of professional knowledge. Not only did he have to know the number of surveillance cameras, he also had to avoid them to avoid being discovered by the soldiers of the anti-chemical regiment. Even the shaking of the bushes had to be controlled. Double-cross surveillance cameras, ABCD connection. Little Fox, there should be a single-cross surveillance camera on your side. As expected of the best of the Army's anti-chemical regiment, just the distribution of surveillance cameras is enough to give me a headache. He could still talk with a smile. Yiqian was also very calm. Single-cross surveillance camera, walk in an X shape and turn into a Z shape. Captain Xia, there must be two surveillance cameras on your lower right side. Because the Z shape started and ended, there was an opposite direction in the middle. It was quite difficult to avoid the double-cross surveillance cameras. Xia Jinyuan's whole body passed through the bushes. One of the Z-shaped surveillance cameras flashed with red light. The most surveillance cameras were near the protective net with the words "Military Restricted Area" written on it from time to time. That was the shooting range and also the base of the anti-chemical regiment. It was normal to have so many surveillance cameras. The anti-chemical regiment was required to carry out high-risk missions such as chemical and nuclear radiation detection and observation of radioactive contamination. Their daily training was naturally related to this. Now, Yiqian and the others were still outside the first layer of the protective net. The deeper they went, the more surveillance cameras there were. There were even hidden sentries. The two of them could only compete here. Crossing the border was not a joke. The anti-chemical regiment would have a lot of complaints. I came to the anti-chemical regiment to study. When I found out that you were here, it really gave me a big surprise. I originally planned to look for you after I finished my studies. Who knew that I would run into you as soon as I arrived? Little Fox, don't you think this is fate? When they came across an S-shaped path, the two of them met. However, there was still a bush between them, so it did not affect their communication. Yiqian gently exhaled a mouthful of turbid air that was stained with leaves. Sweat slowly trickled down from his forehead. It's not fate, it's just a coincidence. If I hadn't decided to come here at the last minute, how could Captain Xia have met me? So, it's just a coincidence. Even if she herself believed that this was fate, she would never admit that this was fate. How many people got together because of a coincidence? You have to know that this coincidence has to be appropriate for it to happen. If it's appropriate for it to happen, then it's fate. If you didn't come, then we wouldn't be together tonight. But since you're here, it's fate. It's fate that allows us to do something big tonight that will let the anti-chemical regiment know. They'll immediately add infrared sensors. Xia Jinyuan began to crawl forward. The end of the forest was not far ahead. Now was the time to sprint. He couldn't lose. If he lost, then he would give Little Fox a chance. He had made a bet to win, so how could he lose? However, he did not expect Little Fox to be so powerful. Although he deliberately slowed down, he witnessed her strength all the way. She had already reached the requirements of a Special Forces soldier. After all, Xia Jinyuan was a special forces soldier who had received professional and systematic training. If he was really just competing to win, then he would definitely arrive 15 minutes faster than Yi Qian. Chapter 689. He needed to win this competition, but at the same time he also wanted to be closer to her so that they could see each other from time to time and talk to each other. He had put a lot of thought into this. I don't believe in fate, I only believe in ability. Captain Xia, this is the final sprint. I won't give in just because you are Captain Xia. Yi Qian, who was sweating profusely, heard the rustling sound of him crawling forward. His bright eyes shone brighter than the stars as he too made his final sprint. Neither of them wanted to admit defeat. They crawled until they were drenched in sweat. Their heads and bodies were covered with dried leaves, but they still ignored them. They had been in the forest for at least 2 hours. They moved towards the exit that was less than 200 meters away. 100 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters. After avoiding the 2 scouts, Yi Qian saw a towering figure standing in the darkness, standing in the faint moonlight. Yi Qian's pupils constricted. He was only 5 minutes behind him, but in the blink of an eye, he was 10 minutes behind. At that moment, Yi Qian understood that he had purposely gone easy on him throughout the competition. Yi Qian wasn't angry. Instead, she smiled because she knew why he had gone easy on her and why he had sprinted so far at the last moment. Because she understood she wasn't angry at him for going easy on her. You lost, little fox. By the time she walked out, Xia Jinyuan, who had been waiting for her for 10 minutes, had a faint smile on his face. His figure stood tall and handsome in the moonlight. Even though she couldn't see his face, she could tell that he was an outstanding man. He smiled as he stood there. His low voice was so gentle that it blended with the moonlight and drifted over with the wind. The smile on Yi Qian's face deepened. That's not necessarily true. Captain Xia, we are now competing in speed. How many scouts are there in the forest? We are competing in the end on how many scouts are there, Yi Qian said calmly. He didn't look worried, nor did he have any intention of denying the bet. Since he had made a bet, even if he lost, he had to lose in a dignified manner. In Xia Jinyuan's eyes, Yi Qian was the most beautiful woman in the world. He admired her temperament and liked her even more. Let's count off and see who's right and who's wrong. He smiled and spoke with a confident expression. It was clear that he was completely confident that he had won this opportunity. When the 2 numbers were reported together, Yi Qian reported 3 fewer than Xia Jinyuan. It was these 3 differences that decided the outcome. It was also because of these 3 differences that the soldiers of the anti-chemical regiment first discovered Yi Qian. Under Xia Jinyuan's signal, they reported it to Regiment Commander Gua, and allowed the bet to continue. Yi Qian frowned. Was I wrong? Of course. That's right. We can talk as we walk. Xia Jinyuan laughed heartily. I worked so hard in exchange for this bet. If I lose, I think my comrades will look down on me when I return to the unit. As a member of the Special Forces of the Shuiyu Brigade, losing to a high school student was not something to be proud of. After Xia Jinyuan explained what went wrong, Yi Qian finally understood. Before he could ask how he knew, he heard Xia Jinyuan speak in a serious tone. What I want to say now is that I, Xia Jinyuan, have fallen in love with a high school student named Yi Qian. I originally wanted to wait until she went to college before confessing, but I found out that a boy did something I wanted to do the most. I was a little anxious and didn't want to hide it anymore. Even though Yi Qian is still a high school student, I wanted her to know that there was someone who liked her very much. I also wanted to tell her that if she really wanted to find a boyfriend, she should consider a soldier named Xia Jinyuan. Chapter 690. If she really wanted to find a boyfriend, she might as well consider a soldier named Xia Jinyuan. Hearing this, Yi Jian was completely dumbfounded. She had never thought that the man in front of her would be so straightforward. He was so straightforward that she was not mentally prepared at all. Thus, she listened to his confession that made her dumbfounded. She widened her eyes. Her eyes were always so bright. Sometimes they were as bright as the moon, sometimes they were as bright as the stars, and sometimes they were as hazy and charming as mist. They revealed a calmness that did not match her age. He thought that he had seen her 1,000 times, but he did not expect to see her like this again. Her eyes were as round as saucers, and she really looked like a frightened deer that did not dare to run away. Under the faint moonlight, he could clearly see the shock in her eyes. Perhaps it was because she was too shocked that she looked a little dazed. She was very cute, and he could not help but want to kiss her. "Give me some reaction, little fox. I'm speaking from my heart. If you just stand there, I won't know what to do." Looking at the stunned Yiqian, Xia Jinyuan's handsome face had a deep smile. Although he said that he was at a loss, his aura was as steady as a mountain, and his brows were as elegant and noble as the moonlight. How could he be at a loss? At this moment, Yiqian was not stunned, right? This was a confession. The man she had always wanted to avoid, the man who always liked to tease her, but was absolutely trustworthy on the battlefield, the man who made her feel safe, was confessing to her. Her eyes that were not focused due to her shock gradually focused. She looked at the man who was calm and composed, and exuded a reserved and noble aura. Lube-dub, 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 lube-dub. Her heart was beating faster. This kind of Xia Jinyuan, especially the smiling Xia Jinyuan who was standing in the moonlight, had a temperament that made people's hearts flutter. He had a deep and cold military aura, but also a tenderness under his iron bones. Lube-dub. Lube-dub. Her heart was beating faster again. She looked away from his face in a panic. It was too sudden, too sudden. How could he be so straightforward all of a sudden? Previously it was all faintly discernible teasing, and it made people feel that they were thinking too much. Xia Jinyuan looked at the expression on her face, which was dark and unreadable. She even looked a little flustered because she was frightened by him. He chuckled and said, "This is indeed my confession, a sincere confession. Someone even wrote a love letter. Little Fox is so outstanding. I have to let her know that even if an outstanding person wants to find a boyfriend, she should also find an outstanding boyfriend. Therefore I recommend myself. I hope that little fox can consider it. Think about it, think about it." His heart began to race again. No, I have to calm down, I have to calm down. After her rebirth she had considered many things except for love. She had never considered it before. What is love? Could it be eaten? But would it become her ability to settle down and settle down? No, love is a hollow thing, a very hollow thing. Yiqian, whose mind was in turmoil, gradually recovered from her shock. Her bright eyes looked at Xia Jinyuan fearlessly. She was not surprised, nor was she afraid. Instead, she was strangely calm. She had always wanted to avoid him, but now that there was nowhere to hide, there was no point in continuing like this. Instead, this matter was open and aboveboard. Chapter 691. His gaze did not waver, but he blinked lightly and said calmly, "Captain Xia, do you know what you're doing now? You just said that the boys who sent me love letters were bad and would affect my studies. However, Captain Xia, you're doing the same thing right now. Compared to them who only sent me a love letter, Captain Xia's straightforward confession is so straightforward that I, a high school student, don't know what to do." It was great to find out that she was a high school student. She was young, so she didn't have to fall in love and had to study. Yiqian felt like she had used up a lot of energy to say those words word by word. It was the first time she realized that sometimes rejection was harder to say than acceptance. She knew very well that it wouldn't be appropriate to say yes now. Who was she? She was an orphan girl who relied on her own efforts and the military to cultivate her. So what if she was a martyr's orphan? Wasn't she also a martyr's orphan in her previous life? There was no benefit in having such an identity. The key was still to rely on herself. She could only live a wonderful life if she could hold on to the wall. It was certain that she wasn't suitable to be in a relationship right now. Uncle Jen and Uncle Chun had told her more than once that not only did men have to be indomitable, but women also had to be indomitable. Only by standing up to the sky could she have a place to settle down. Only then could she have her own life and have her own wonderful life. And who was Xia Jinyuan? Just as Han Zheng had said, there were countless young ladies in the capital who were lining up to become his girlfriend. But for her, she had nothing at the moment. She didn't know what love was, but if they didn't stand on the same point, one high above and the other as low as dust, would there be a happy ending for such a love? If that was the case, then it wasn't a good time to be in a relationship with him. Rejecting him was something she had to do. In the blink of an eye, Yiqian had already thought about it several times. She kept warning herself that she had to stay calm at this moment. She mustn't. become hot-headed because of his confession and accept it on impulse. Xia Jinyuan was not a man who would back down in the face of difficulties. Hearing this, the smile on his handsome face did not diminish but instead increased. There was a dark light in his deep eyes. It was the light of a beast that was determined to win. That's right. It's because you're still young that you're not suitable for a relationship. That's why I'm waiting. But I could wait. Who knew that the group of boys in your school would be so audacious that I couldn't wait any longer? As he spoke, he suddenly moved closer. His handsome face suddenly enlarged in Yi Jian's eyes. It was just a hazy moonlight, but she could clearly see the seriousness in his eyes, as well as the stubbornness that was extremely similar to hers. Once he set his mind on something, he would never turn back. Her heart, which had finally calmed down, began to pound again. She became more and more flustered. She then heard him say with a smile, "I can't let someone else confess before me. I have to be the first to do it." Yi Jian, who was originally in a panic, could not help but laugh when she heard what Xia Jinyuan said. She immediately shut her mouth when she heard the sound of laughter. Her beautiful jade-like face was tense. In Xia Jinyuan's eyes, there was a different kind of flirtatious look. Chapter 692. Can you stop talking about love letters and confessions? I don't even know who the other party is, and I haven't even read a single one of the so-called love letters. I wasn't curious to begin with. If you continue talking about it, I really want to see what was written in the little boy's love letter. Captain Xia, you're still brooding over it. Xia Jinyuan's lips curved into a smile. His handsome face was so close to hers that she could feel his hot breath on her face. His deep voice lowered by half a beat, sounding as mellow as red wine, sexy and seductive. Indeed, you're brooding over it. That's why you're so anxious today. Fortunately, I came in time and found out about this. Otherwise, if I really waited until the day you went to university to act, wouldn't I have seen my little fox flying off with someone else? That would be called regretting it for life. Yi Qian, who had lived 2 lifetimes, had never heard such words before. When she heard it, her face turned red and she even heard. Xia Jinyuan directly reached out to cover his mouth. Xia Jinyuan, you don't look like a soldier at all. You! She was embarrassed and angry. In a moment of desperation, she covered her mouth and didn't think of any other consequences. In front of Xia Jinyuan, Yi Qian avoided him, but at the same time she trusted him greatly. How could she not trust a comrade who had gone through fire and water with her on the battlefield? It was because of this trust that sometimes, Yi Qian really didn't think about what to do next in front of him. She didn't think about what was the best way to go. In a moment of desperation, she covered her mouth because she trusted him and didn't think about the consequences at all. Xia Jinyuan also didn't expect to receive such treatment. After being stunned for a second, a dark look flashed across his eyes. His slender and strong arms reached out and pulled her slender but strong waist into his arms. Then, he pulled her into his arms and threw her sideways. The two of them fell onto the grass unscathed and didn't feel the slightest bit of pain. You dare to cover my mouth with your hand? Aren't you afraid that I'll bite your finger? As Yi Qian tried to resist but to no avail, the two of them made a big move after falling to the side. Xia Jinyuan leaned forward, and as he spoke, he laid on the ground and hugged Yi Qian. How could Yi Qian let him go? Not only did he not remove his hand from Xia Jinyuan's mouth, he even tightened his grip. At the same time, he moved his palm towards Xia Jinyuan's nose. He wanted to suffocate Xia Jinyuan so that Xia Jinyuan would let go of his own accord. Captain Xia, we are talking about a bet now, not rolling on the grass. If you don't let go, I'm going to hold it tight. Don't blame me if anything happens to Captain Xia. Her mouth was covered, not her hands and feet. Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows. He was originally holding her waist with one hand, but now he was holding her with both hands. A 16 or 17-year-old girl was like an unripe fruit that was about to ripen. Her unripe scent exuded an alluring fruity scent that seduced Xia Jinyuan, who had never been close to a woman before and was so self-disciplined that he was no different from a monk. All of a sudden, his heart began to race. As a member of the Snowfield Brigade's Special Forces, all of them had passed the test when it came to women's charms. In order to prevent her back from being scratched by the sand and stones, he was at the bottom while she was at the top. Her hand was still covering his mouth, so their bodies were naturally inseparable. They were so close that even the wind couldn't pass through. His gaze gradually changed, becoming deeper, darker and deeper. The dark surge in his eyes made Yiqian instantly realize that something was wrong. Chapter 693. Her hand was still covering his mouth, and she could still feel the warmth of his lips through her palm. It was warm, as if his smile always caught her off guard and fell into her eyes. From his eyes, she could see that he did not believe that she would suffocate him. He even had a knowing smile on his face as he gazed at her gently. The meaning behind his smile was so deep that she could not help but loosen her grip on his mouth. As she loosened her grip, she heard Xia Jinyuan's chest vibrate. He was smiling, a smile that came from the inside out. It was a very relaxed smile, but it made Yiqian feel even more helpless. It was difficult to reject Xia Jinyuan, and now was not the time. Whenever Yiqian thought about the commander-in-chief Xia behind him, he felt a little breathless. Soldiers had a natural respect for their generals, and as a soldier, Yiqian was no exception. Xia Jinyuan's arm around her waist tightened again and again, so tight that it was as if he wanted to embed her into his body and become one with her. She was still too young. He could not scare her. He had to take it slow. He had to confess first, then let her accept the love letter. Step by step, he had to plant roots in her heart before he could take this cunning fox into his arms. The restless Xia Jinyuan originally wanted to do something small, such as kissing her and offering her his first kiss. However, he suddenly remembered that night when he caught her at school. He had been startled by the flash of the flashlight. She looked like a wild beast that had just escaped from its cage. At that time he had clearly seen the resistance on her face. In an instant, he understood that the fox he had his eyes on was naturally wild. He could not even think about taming her. The only way was to get close to her and become someone she could trust. He walked over step by step. He could not ruin things after the confession. It had to be said that Xia Jinyuan had really put in a lot of effort on Yiqian. Now that he was holding himself back, he had to avoid letting Yiqian know that it was an instinctive and normal reaction of an adult man. Both of them were introverted people. One on top, the other on the bottom. I look down at you, you look up at me. Even the vast starry sky became the background. The wind was still and the trees were still. They were still, but their eyes were still. Xia Jinyuan, who did not speak, swallowed unconsciously and gradually closed his eyes. He did not speak, and Yiqian did not take the initiative to speak either. The hand around her waist was still tightening. His strength was so strong that she did not dare to speak first. She was afraid that if she spoke, she would startle the wolf with its eyes closed, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Perhaps the two of them were too careless, or perhaps the night breeze was too comfortable. One of them hugged the woman he liked for a long time, closed his eyes and in the end fell asleep. Yiqian had been running around all this time and did not get a good night's sleep. As he hugged her, her upper and lower eyelids fought with each other. She lowered her head and nodded like a chick eating rice. She nodded and nodded, until her eyes landed on his broad chest and she fell asleep. Neither of them knew how long they had slept. When Xia Jinyuan opened his eyes, he was stunned. He fell asleep after the confession? He actually fell asleep after doing such an important thing. Before the shock on his face faded, he looked at Yiqian, who was lying in his arms and sleeping like a little puppy, and couldn't help but laugh. You said it wasn't fate. Look, they slept together. If this wasn't fate, then what was? Chapter 694. Yiqian woke up with a start when he chuckled. When she woke up, she immediately realized that she had fallen asleep on Xia Jinyuan's chest. Even though she was usually calm, she couldn't help but feel awkward. Have you made up your mind? Xia Jinyuan, who had a good night's sleep, asked. His gentle and low voice sounded even more enchanting in the cold night. Just because you slept with me, you can't let the bet go. Just because you slept with me. Yiqian almost choked on his words. Yiqian secretly took a deep breath and raised his eyebrows. No, the bet is. In a flash, without giving Xia Jinyuan any time to prepare, Yiqian flipped over and got off him. After a roll, Yiqian was already half-squatting on the ground. He clapped his hands and stood up. Looking at Xia Jinyuan, who was still lying on the ground, he smiled and said loudly, If Captain Xiao's bet is that I should consider Captain Xiao when I'm looking for a boyfriend, then I agree. Why wouldn't she agree? Wasn't there still so much time left? If he could persist, she would definitely persist. If he gave up halfway, she would face it calmly. Xia Jinyuan's bet was indeed as such. Hearing this, he nimbly jumped up with the strength of his waist and walked over to Yi Qian, who had a sly smile on his face that made him feel helpless. No, that's not what I want to bet. He had already said it in his confession and in his love letter. With her personality, how could she really be moved by those little boys in school? She didn't even read the love letter he sent over, which was enough to show that she wasn't moved by little boys at all. Moreover, he was quite confident that if she really wanted to find a boyfriend, she would consider him. But now wasn't the time. She wouldn't consider him as a boyfriend, so naturally, she wouldn't consider little boys as her boyfriend. What's that? Yi Qian was alarmed. He got carried away and revealed his trump card first. He had committed a grave mistake. He took another step forward, and Yi Qian took a step back with a wary look on his face. Once again, he looked like he was ready to flee at any moment. Xia Jinyuan narrowed his eyes slightly and said with a faint smile, "What I want is very simple, and it won't make things difficult for you." The more she said this, the more Yi Qian felt that things were not as simple as they seemed. "Okay, then tell me now. If you agree to a bet, you must accept your loss as long as it's..." Her words were stuck in her throat because he suddenly leaned over. When Xia Jinyuan's hand instantly grabbed Yi Qian's wrist, she thought, as expected of the elite of the special forces. So fast. "My bet is very simple. I'll give you my first kiss, which I haven't given to anyone else." He accurately grasped her wrist, pulled her away and hugged her again. He lowered his head and pressed his thin lips on hers. When it came to giving one's first kiss, it was better to give it to the right person. His kiss was different from his gentle smile. It was so domineering that it swept in directly like an army of thousands of men and horses passing through. It shocked her until the tip of his tongue invasively hooked the tip of her tongue. Yi Jian's face turned completely red with a boom. Yi Qian never expected that. His bet would be first kiss. He had his first kiss, but did she not? It was her first kiss in 2 lifetimes and it was gone. Just like that. Xia Jinyuan was obviously inexperienced when it came to kissing for the first time, but he was smart. He learned how to kiss without anyone teaching him. He kissed and sucked on her lips according to his will. So what if she was a 16 or 17-year-old high school student? What he liked was like a piece of jewelry, and he definitely wouldn't tolerate them coveting it. Chapter 695. Yi Qian, who was almost out of breath from the kiss, felt a little awkward at first, but when she heard Xia Jinyuan do the same, her chest rising and falling rapidly and her breathing becoming clear, the awkwardness on her face disappeared and she laughed uncontrollably. Her laughter was like the gurgling of a mountain stream, pleasant and clear. She did not get angry from the kiss, nor did she scream as if she had lost her virginity. Xia Jinyuan did not expect her to laugh. He raised his eyebrows and sighed deeply. "Little fox, your reaction is really beyond my expectations." He thought that she would at least glare at him angrily, or at least scold him a little. After all, he was the one who offended her first. Of course, if he hadn't noticed that she wasn't completely resistant to him, he wouldn't have dared to kiss her so boldly. His little fox was a wild fox that was hard to tame. Under her obedient appearance, she had the ability to hurt people. If she really wanted to slap him now, he would accept it. But she didn't do anything. She didn't even scold him. Instead, she laughed like a bell. Based on his intuition, such a reaction was not necessarily a good thing. "Captain Xia gave me your first kiss. Do you think I should cry? A man's first kiss is much rarer than a woman's. I really did not expect Captain Xia's first kiss to still be with me." After the kiss and laughter, Yi Qian's eyes were as clear as water, so clear that even the crescent moon in the sky was reflected in her pupils. "Captain Xia, don't you think it's a bit of a loss to use your first kiss as a bet?" "Loss? How could it be a loss?" Xia Jinyuan laughed deeply. His handsome face was as clear as the moon. "I think it's worth it to lose to you. It's just that I don't have enough experience, use too much force and suck too much." Xia Jinyuan. Every time Yi Qian felt embarrassed, she liked to call him by his full name. It was not easy for Yi Qian to dissolve the shyness and awkwardness in her heart with a smile, but because of his explicit words her face turned red. Compared to his thick skin, she could only admit defeat. When it came to chasing a girlfriend, a man had to be thick-skinned. If he squinted a little and was a little reserved, someone else would beat him to it. At this moment Xia Jinyuan, who had gained some experience, did not feel ashamed. Instead he felt proud of it. Are you shy? Little fox, your belated shyness really makes me heave a sigh of relief. It's good to be shy. If you're shy, it means that my feelings for you are not one-sided. Xia Jinyuan, he had to say what he had to say. Otherwise, someone else would beat him to it. Facing Xia Jinyuan, Yi felt helpless. Xia Jinyuan. Xia Jinyuan, of course, Xia Jinyuan yuan. Xia Jinyuan, of course, Xia Jinyuan yuan. Xia Qian Xia Jinyuan. You only think about the future and forget the fighting spirit and good style that a soldier should have. Even though Yi Jian wanted to leave at this moment, she was still shocked by his words. Soldier's fighting spirit? Excellent military style? Xia Jinyuan wanted to say something. Ever since I was a child, the first textbook I learned how to read was a manual on the basic rules of military behavior. It was a small red book with a golden military emblem printed on it. On the first page it said, "A soldier must have a good style of thinking, working, fighting, and living." Chapter 696. You have to be realistic, humble, and prudent. Apply what you have learned. Match your words with your actions. Be proactive and innovative. Be brave and tenacious. Be resolute and resolute. Work hard and be thrifty. He really did recite the basic military manual. Yi Qian couldn't keep up with his pace and didn't understand what the basic military manual had to do with what was in front of him. Yi Qian didn't dare to act rashly without understanding it clearly. Or perhaps it was because he didn't resist the embrace of the faint mint scent. So he quietly listened to Yi Qian speak in a low voice with a smile. You really have to keep these points in mind at all times. You can't forget them. If you were resolute in your actions, match your words with your actions, and dare to innovate, the love letter in your pocket would have been given to her long ago. As he listened, Yi Qian felt that he understood something. When he heard Yi Qian say in a serious tone, "When two armies fight, the brave one wins. When two armies are in a stalemate, the brave one wins. When two armies are in a stalemate, you only think about your young age, but you forget about external factors such as the environment." At this point, Yi Qian didn't even have the energy to speak. The basic military manual became a manual on how to teach soldiers how to fall in love. Captain Xia is indeed an outstanding special forces soldier. Not only do you apply what you have learned, but you can also apply it flexibly in all aspects. You are worthy of the title of all-round soldier. Yi Qian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He thought to himself, if Commander-in-Chief Xia knew his son was like this, would he pull out his gun? Xia Jinyuan automatically took her derogatory words as praise. Tonight, he and Little Fox had made great progress. While he was happy, he couldn't forget to summarize it. Soldiers needed to know how to sum up their experiences. One had to know that the more experience one accumulated, the more success one would have, and the fewer lessons one would learn. As a soldier, one had to deeply understand the principle that pride would cause one to fall behind. One could not take for granted that the little fox that one had taken a fancy to would not fancy anyone else just because one was too outstanding. His elegant and noble face broke into a smile as he calmly said, "Previously, it was because I forgot that I was a little inferior to others. Now I will not forget the spirit that a soldier should have. So, Little Fox, I will take risks from time to time in the future." At this moment, Xia Jinyuan was using all the qualities that a soldier should have in his pursuit of his girlfriend. He even had the spirit of adventure. Otherwise, she wouldn't have said that the wager was to offer her first kiss. What a risk. What if Yi Qian didn't like it? Wouldn't that be terrible? After Yi Qian heard this, his eyes widened. After a while he muttered, "If Commander-in-Chief Xia knew about this, I really don't know what he would think." Xia Jinyuan was confident that he could answer this question on behalf of Commander-in-Chief Xia. With his arms around her, his expression was exceptionally serious. "Commander-in-Chief Xia has always supported my adventurous spirit. After entering the military, there were many unique first adventures in the military. The first target practice was a risk, the first grenade throwing was a risk, and the first military exercise was a risk. It's the truth that the bold die of overeating and the cowardly die of starvation. If you're afraid of the wolf in front and the tiger behind, you can only watch as someone else takes away the girl you like. Hearing this, Yi Qian could only admit defeat. What you said actually made me think that the basic military behavior manual should be read more by those soldiers who haven't found girlfriends. When they understand it as thoroughly as Captain Xia, they won't have to worry about not having a girlfriend. Chapter 697. I'm afraid they won't be able to understand. After I gave you my first kiss, it was as if I was enlightened and learned how to use it in an instant. I'm afraid the others won't be able to comprehend it. After such a long conversation, Xia Jinyuan, whose heartbeat had returned to normal, pulled her tightly into his arms. His thin lips curled up, and when he smiled, his handsomeness under the moonlight was unexpectedly charming. Let's not talk about that. Come, tell me how it tastes. Do you feel your heart flutter? Taste. How? Yi Qian, who was still thinking, he actually interpreted the behavior manual as a love manual, was startled. Then his face turned red. She, who was shy from kissing him, was embarrassed by the words, how does it taste? Xia Jinyuan, don't say such things. Now that the dangerous Xia Jinyuan was back, Yi Qian no longer felt relaxed. He began to think about how to escape from his arms. Under the faint moonlight, Yi Qian saw his deep, cold eyes slightly narrow. His heart thumped and he immediately said, now that the bet is over, Captain Xia, can you let go of me? No, you haven't told me how it tastes. Why don't I say it first? At this moment, Xia Jinyuan was enlightened again. When a man's skin thickened, he would only gain more. It was even more wonderful. Look, the little fox in his arms was so shy that her eyes were glistening. Her eyebrows were bright and beautiful. When her gaze swept over, it was as if there were hooks, hooking him until his heart trembled. Yi Qian was a little regretful that he didn't leave while he was talking. Now, if he wanted to escape, it would be a little difficult. Based on his understanding of him, if she said she didn't know how it tasted, this dangerous man would definitely say, let's try again. If she said it tasted good, he would also say, let's savor it again. In other words, the initiative was in his hands. If she wanted to leave, she had to get out of his arms first. But if she really left like this, she was a little unwilling. He gave her his first kiss, but she also lost her first kiss. Now he was asking her how it tasted and began to tease her again. In the face of Xia Jinyuan's attack, Yi Qian really rebelled. She did not answer immediately. Her eyes flickered and she fell silent. Her silence made Xia Jinyuan even more confused about what she was thinking. It didn't matter if he couldn't figure it out, as long as he could be sure that she wasn't angry. It's an endless aftertaste. After trying it, I can't extricate myself from it, he said in a low voice with a hint of pure seduction. He gave up his noble aura and lowered his head, bent down, and pressed his forehead against hers, gently moving it. Why don't we try again? He was telling the truth. After tasting it, he regretted not adjusting his breathing so that their first kiss could be longer and more lingering. He had miscalculated. In the end, he was too hasty. Yi Qian, who lowered her head, curled the corners of her mouth slightly, revealing a sly smile. Then she raised her hand and gently hooked it around the back of Xia Jinyuan's neck. She said slowly, Captain Xia, it tasted good too. It was like strong wine and you got drunk before you drank it. I'm quite drunk now. If you really want to tell me how it tasted. As she spoke, she tiptoed and raised her head slightly. Her delicate lips, which were like the bud of a budding flower in March, moved closer and closer to his thin lips. So close that Xia Jinyuan's deep black eyes were filled with turbulent undercurrents. Chapter 698. A man in his 20s had kept his first kiss for so long before giving it away. It was precisely because he had passed the age of youth that he knew what he cherished the most and what he truly wanted. What he wanted now was to taste her again. At the age of 16 or 17, they didn't talk about bed matters. It was fine to talk about romance, talk about love and kiss. Of course, the premise was that their identity had to be concealed. Thinking of this, Major Xia sadly realized that even though he had become Little Fox's boyfriend, his identity was still a shady one. Watching as she inched closer to him and raised her head, Xia Jinyuan saw the cunning glint in the crescent moon's eyes. Instantly, he narrowed his eyes dangerously. What a fox! She was even using the honey trap now. Captain Xia, I'm not drunk yet. If you taste it again. Her lips were already at the edge of his. Just a little bit more and she would be on his lips. Yi Qian was really like a fox that had turned into a spirit. She started to use the honey trap in an attempt to escape from the hunter's hands. However, she didn't know that the hunter had already seen through her plan and was waiting for her to take the initiative. Hunters had the patience of hunters, and foxes had the nature of foxes. When Yi Qian saw him narrow his eyes, she knew that she had to escape. She felt a sense of crisis. This time it was a real sense of crisis. Before Xia Jinyuan sensed the danger, his hands around Xia Jinyuan's neck moved quickly and hurriedly. Like lightning, he clasped Xia Jinyuan's broad shoulders. At the same time, his thumb pinched Xia Jinyuan's shoulder blade. His right leg inserted between Xia Jinyuan's legs and quickly clasped Xia Jinyuan's left calf. A second ago, they were offering their first kiss to each other. The next second, they were exchanging blows on Weibo. This kind of love lacked romance, but it gained trust and tacit understanding. It seems that my taste didn't make Little Fox drunk. It was Little Fox's taste that made me drunk. Xia Jinyuan, who was skilled in martial arts, wouldn't really fight with her. The more she wanted to escape, the more he wanted to chase after her. If it wasn't for the fact that it was a little late, he would have used all his strength to subdue her. As soon as the distance between the two of them increased, Yi Qian, who knew that he was no match for him and only wanted to get away, jumped far away. He smiled and said, Captain Xia, the taste is not bad, but it's a little too strong. It's not suitable for someone my age to taste. It's getting late. Good night, Captain Xia. It wasn't just a little bit intense, it was too intense. After one kiss, her knees felt a little weak, and at this moment, her mouth still had the remnants of his mint scent. It was so intense that it reached his heart. Xia Jinyuan chuckled and quickly caught up with her. You can have a taste of me when you give me your first kiss, okay? When he caught up with him, Yi Qian walked even faster. Hearing this, he kept walking and glanced at the man who was still thinking about the next meeting. Change the topic. Maybe we can continue talking. How about I take the left and Captain Xia takes the right? Good night. Are you shy? You were laughing after the kiss just now. Why are you shy now? Her shy expression made Xia Jinyuan even more fascinated. He couldn't understand why he was interested in a young girl. Moreover, it wasn't just an ordinary interest. It was an interest that he wanted to take home and make her his wife. If Commander-in-Chief Xia found out, he wondered if he would shoot his son to death. Chapter 699. He took out the love letter with his body temperature and blocked her way. He smiled deeply and reached out his hand. My love letter is worth reading. It's definitely better than any other boy's. Read it carefully. Please approve it after you've read it. I'll come back to receive the results in a month. Yi Qian hadn't received any of the previous love letters, but the one in her hand was actually the first love letter she had personally received. Captain Xia, are you sure? Don't doubt me. I know exactly what I'm doing. I've already given you my first kiss. Little Fox, you can't doubt my sincerity. Another first kiss. Yi Qian put the love letter in his pocket and said unhappily, Can you stop talking about your first kiss? That was also my first kiss. Let's call it even. Don't mention it again. Also, I can answer you right now. If I really want to find a boyfriend, I'll definitely consider that soldier Xia Jinyuan first. Because he's a soldier and I'll be a soldier too. But that's only if the Xia Jinyuan I know is still the Xia Jinyuan I know now. This wasn't a promise. It was just a wait for a response. This wait wasn't just a wait for time to pass. It was a wait for them to fight side by side before they became lovers. It was a wait for them to trust each other and improve their tacit understanding before they became lovers. Time may be passing for the two of you, but for Xia Jinyuan and Yi Qian, it was a fragment of time when they knew each other and protected each other. Watching her walk briskly under the moonlight, her graceful yet proud figure made Xia Jinyuan smile slowly. You're my comrade, and you'll also be my lover, Little Fox. You're my comrade, and we have an unbreakable trust. You're my lover, and you're my motivation to persevere. That night, the moonlight was the most beautiful. It was only a crescent moon, but it shone brightly on the ground. Even the solemn anti-chemical dome seemed to have the softness of the moonlight. Yi Qian did not immediately return to his dorm. He stood under the light and opened the first love letter he had received. When his gaze fell on the first line, a faint smile appeared on his face. A small government car was driving on a winding mountain road. The bumpy road made the expressionless Yi Jifan reveal a cold and ruthless expression. "Xiao Wang, slow down," he said coldly. His aura of authority made Xiao Wang's heart tremble. Ying couldn't help but shrink her shoulders and lean towards Sun Dongqing. If she had been reprimanded loudly, she wouldn't have been afraid. But now she was very, very afraid. Because until now, she hadn't heard a single word of reprimand. It's okay. Let's go home. What's the point of staying in this lousy place? You're already in poor health, and I'm worried that you'll suffer. It's fine if you go home a day earlier. Tomorrow, Mama will cook something delicious for you to nourish your body. After all, Sun Dongqing's experience was limited, so she didn't think too deeply about it. When she thought about what the school teacher and the black-faced military officer said, she couldn't help but say angrily, "What kind of people are they? How could they scare my Ying to this extent? Old Yi, you have to go to the school and look for the principal the day after tomorrow. You can't let Ying suffer." Go to the school and look for the principal the day after tomorrow? Why don't you ask your daughter if she still has the face to go to school the day after tomorrow? The angrier Yi Jifan was, the calmer his expression became. Even his voice was extremely cold. "I don't have the face to go and embarrass myself again. If you want to go, you can go. You can also transfer schools, so that you don't embarrass yourself in the provincial first high school." Chapter 700. Yi Jifan rarely got angry in front of his daughter, Ying. Even if he was angry, he would scold her a few times. In the end, he would weigh the pros and cons and explain them one by one. However, he had never been like tonight. When he opened his mouth, he was so cold and indifferent that it made people feel cold in their hearts. He was really angry, and he was very angry. Not to mention Ying, even Sun Dongqing was so scared that her heart was pounding. She looked at her husband, then looked at her daughter and said in confusion, "Why do you want to transfer schools? Didn't the soldier say that Ying was weak, and that something big would happen if she stayed? That's why he asked us to take her back? What does this have to do with transferring schools? Even if the teacher said that Ying was gossiping in class, so what? Children are not sensible. As teachers, how can we argue with children?" Sun Dongqing only saw her daughter lying alone on the bed in the infirmary just now. She rushed over and called her sweetheart non-stop. Her voice was loud and she only looked at Ying. She did not pay attention to what Teacher Xiao and the political commissar of the anti-chemical regiment were talking about. Later, Yi Jifan felt embarrassed, so he went outside the infirmary to quiet his ears and listened to the political commissar of the anti-chemical regiment explain the ins and outs of the matter. "Mr. Yi, we don't dare to accept Ying in our army anymore. Yesterday, we instigated the whole class to target another girl. If it wasn't for that girl having some real ability, yesterday's matter wouldn't have ended. I thought that yesterday's matter would teach Ying a lesson, but in the end, we were too naive. Today's military training was because the instructor of Class 1 admired a student in the class. In the end, Ying really knows how to make groundless accusations and slander a soldier. I saw that Mr. Yi came in a government car. I think you must be an official with a position. Mr. Yi, please tell me, how should the army and the school deal with slandering a soldier with military merits? The strong write history and the weak talk. Fortunately, my soldiers and the girl who was wronged are all mentally strong and have some real ability. Otherwise, they would have been blamed by Ying. The army is a place where military discipline is emphasized. Ding is ding, Mao is Mao, and ding is ding. Those who like to gossip have always been severely punished. Since Ying is not a soldier in my team, I would like to ask Mr. Yi to bring Ying back home first before teaching her how to behave properly. My soldiers are all men of indomitable spirit. I won't allow anyone to slander them." These words made Yi Jifan almost unable to hold himself back. He wanted to rush in and slap his daughter, who still had the guts to lie in bed and pretend to be sick. He only felt that all the face he had accumulated over the years as an official had been trampled under someone's feet. And the person who had trampled on his face was none other than his own daughter, whom he had high hopes for. He apologized and made amends. He pretended to be humble and wanted to erase this matter. Who knew that the political commissar in the army would not give him face at all? He said directly, "Mr. Yi, you care about your reputation. It's the same in the army. Whoever dares to bully a soldier in their own team is equivalent to slapping the team's face. Ying is only a student, yet she dared to slander him. The army doesn't find trouble with students. They only find the parents behind the students to judge the matter as it is." This was several times more embarrassing than someone else trampling on his face. Chapter 701. Yi Jifan had pretended to be a coward, but no one saw it. When he recalled the scene at that time, his face still burned with pain. Sun Dongqing, who was left in the infirmary, didn't know what was going on. Looking at her ignorant face and her self-righteous stupidity, Yi Jifan couldn't hide the disgust in his heart. He looked coldly at the face in the back seat, which was already covered in fat, and his eyes flashed with deep disgust. This kind of idiot had some intelligence when she was young, but now that she was older, her intelligence was gone and only stupidity was left. With the chauffeur around, Yi Jifan didn't want to say much. After a glance, he looked away and slowly leaned back in the car seat and closed his eyes. He didn't even have the mood to preach anymore. He originally thought that his daughter was teachable, but who knew that in the end, she was just a pile of mud that couldn't be helped. Compared to Yi Qian, she was far too inferior, far too inferior. Sun Xueqing, Sun Dongqing. They were two sisters, but why was one so smart and the other so stupid? I knew that when that bitch Yi Qian came back, nothing good would come out of it. Our Yi Ying's life in the first year of high school was so smooth. Every teacher and student said that our Ying was a good student. She always made Ying angry when she came back. This won't do. The day after tomorrow, I'll personally go to school and make her suffer. Sun Dongqing didn't look at her husband's cold and dark face. She hugged her only daughter and said angrily, "If Ying doesn't have a good time in school, that wretched girl won't have a good time in school either." This time Ying didn't dare to say anything. She carefully looked at Yi Jifan, who was sitting in the front passenger seat with his eyes closed. She gently tugged at Sun Dongqing's sleeve. "Mom, don't say anything. Let's talk about it when we get home." Her father was a person who cared about his reputation. There was a chauffeur in the car. Dirty linen should not be aired in public. He was a government official after all. He couldn't let the chauffeur know about his dirty linen. Ying, who was so scared that her back was covered in cold sweat, did not dare to add fuel to the fire. She only hoped that when she reached home, she could see that her father's anger had subsided and that he could talk to her nicely. If it was in the past, Yi Jifan's anger would have subsided by the time they reached home. However, it was different this time. He asked the chauffeur to send the mother and daughter home. Instead of going upstairs, he asked the chauffeur to drive him away. Ying was dumbfounded. Without thinking, she turned around and rushed to the car door. Dad, where are you going? I still have something to tell you." "Where are you going?" "It's so late. Can't you go out to do it tomorrow?" "The day after tomorrow, you and your mother will go to the school to settle the transfer. You won't be able to enter the provincial first high school, and I won't have the face to enter either. You can go with your mother to make a fool of yourself." Yi Jifan was disappointed, very disappointed. He had clearly paved the way for her, allowing her to have whatever she wanted. In the end, a broad road had been turned into a dead end by her. He was so disappointed that he did not have the patience to guide her anymore. He was so disappointed that he did not want to say anything. Yi Ying's pupils contracted. How could she not understand? Her entire body trembled like a leaf in the cold wind. She trembled until her face was completely drained of blood. She had never thought that what awaited her was not a scolding or beating, but disappointment and abandonment. Abandonment. Ying instantly felt as if she had fallen into an icy lake. Her entire body trembled even more violently. "Dad, Yi Qian has someone backing her up. She's not an ordinary student." When she stood up, even our instructor said that her military posture was good. During today's target practice, she didn't prepare anything. She just stood there and fired. The political commissar said that she would shoot perfectly, so she really shot perfectly. Chapter 702. Yi Jifan didn't think that his daughter would have the guts to jump at him when the car had already started. Her fearlessness was just like him. He thought that she might have guessed what he wanted to do. She was so scared that her face was pale, but she could still speak clearly and choose the key points. I was wrong, Dad, I was wrong. I shouldn't have disobeyed you. I shouldn't have targeted Yi Qian. I shouldn't have let myself be defeated to the point of no return. Dad, I was wrong, I was really wrong. Yi Ying was really afraid that she would be abandoned because she knew that her father was a man of his words. He was also a man with ambition to climb up the ladder, especially when he knew that there was someone behind the scenes who was secretly supporting him. She thought about the jade pendant on her chest. It was enough to change her identity. Yi Ying was afraid because she was afraid that Yi Jifan would return the jade pendant to Yi Qian. After she was abandoned, it would instead help Yi Qian. Yi Ying was clearly afraid, but her mind was clear. She only knew that even if she had to be beaten up tonight, it would be worth it. It was said that daughters were their parents' intimate little cotton-padded jackets. These words were indeed true, because Yi Ying had guessed Yi Jifan's thoughts in the car. He had indeed thought that if this jade pendant could really help him advance further in his career, he wouldn't mind returning it. This thought only flashed through his mind before it disappeared. How could he return the jade pendant to Yi Qian? The relationship between uncle and nephew was like that of an enemy. If Yi Qian took the jade pendant, the sparrow would turn into a phoenix. The first unlucky one would be him. The most important thing was that the person behind the jade pendant was able to help him rise from an unknown village chief to an official with real power in the city in just a few years. How could he not know about Yi Qian's existence and his family's attitude towards Yi Qian? He hid the fact that he didn't return the jade pendant to Yi Qian. Not only did he not blame him, he even continued to secretly help him climb up the ladder. Until now, he still didn't understand what the person behind the jade pendant was thinking. But one thing was for sure. The person behind the jade pendant did not care who the real owner of the jade pendant was. Even if he never gave the jade pendant to Yi Qian, nothing would happen. Yi Jifan looked at his daughter, who was afraid, but still had some courage. With a cold face, he pushed open the car door. After getting out of the car, he didn't say a word. He just raised his hand and waved. Pa! The sound of such a slap in the middle of the night was so loud that the driver, Xiao Wang, who had already walked far away, subconsciously turned back to take a look. Then he moved further away, afraid that he would provoke Director Yi, who was said to be running for the position of deputy mayor. This slap was extraordinarily ruthless. It directly caused Yi Ying to fall to the ground. Her palms scraped against the ground, causing streaks of blood to appear on her palms. Both of her hands were burning with pain. Yi Ying, whose right cheek was visibly red and swollen, did not cry. Instead, she secretly let out a long sigh of relief. She bit her lower lip and stood up with her legs trembling under the cold gaze of two people. I've told you more than once that Yi Qian shouldn't do anything now. You have to endure it. But you, not only can you not endure it, you even personally pushed her to become the person that everyone in class admires. She left school for a year and came back just like that. She could easily get into the provincial first high school and skip a grade to become a second-year high school student. I've repeatedly told you not to have any direct conflict with Yi Qian. Even if you want to make a move, it's best to use someone else's hand. But you're actually stupid enough to make yourself the public enemy of the entire class. Even the military has opinions about you. Ying, you disappoint me. Chapter 703. She was his daughter after all. It was impossible for him to just leave her be. He wanted her to learn her lesson and not do anything stupid again. Yi Ying, who was relieved, did not dare to say that her face hurt so much that she almost fainted. She stood there with her head lowered, not daring to make a fuss. She could only nod in acceptance. Sun Dongqing, who was about to open the door with her keys, heard the noise. Her expression changed, and she ran over with her body full of fat. The Yi family now lived in a small 6-story high-rise, and it was on the first floor with a small courtyard in the front and back. Sun Dongqing, who rushed out of the courtyard, saw a bright red palm print on her baby daughter's face, and it was swollen up. You bastard! Instead of looking for the things that hurt our daughter, you came to hit her. I'll fight you. I'll fight you. Yi Ying was the apple of her eye. She couldn't afford to let anything happen to her. Now how could she let it go? Like a shrew, she rushed over to fight Yi Jifan. Yi Ying, if you disappoint me again, I won't do anything even if Yi Qian forces you to drop out of school. let alone transfer schools. Remember what you said just now. If you want me to clean up your mess again, go back to Shuka village with your mother. Don't come out and embarrass me again. Yi Jifan did not even look at his wife who rushed out. He opened the car door and sat down. He hit the steering wheel and used the horn to remind the driver to come back. Where are you going? Where do you think you're going after hitting our daughter like this? Get out of the car, get out of the car. Sun Dongqing pulled at the handle. When she could not open the door, she slammed the door and yelled. She did not notice that her husband did not even look at her. Yi Ying, who was standing at the side, saw everything clearly. Wang Dandan's words flashed through her mind. She suddenly felt her heart sink. Ever since she went to school in the province, her father, who was like a mountain in her heart, rarely stayed at home even when he came to the provincial capital. He was either busy with dinner parties or had no time for meetings. Sun Dongqing, however, did not care. She cursed angrily for a while before turning to help Yi Ying up. Your father is now putting on airs at home. What happened just now? I just took out the key to open the door and you were hit. Mom, does Dad contact you often? Yi Ying was a precocious girl. After she sensed that something was wrong, she asked in a deep voice. Why do I feel that something is wrong with Dad? Sun Dongqing, who had bent down to take out the slippers, said disapprovingly. Children shouldn't interfere in adult matters. Your father and I are just like that. Come change your shoes. Tell me what happened to you in the army. Your father's expression doesn't seem right. Yi Ying did not want to talk about this matter again. Whenever she thought of Yi Qian's high and mighty appearance, her heart would ache. I made a mistake. Dad will transfer me to second high the day after tomorrow. Yi Qian is in the limelight at school now. I don't want to compare myself to her. Transferring schools is good for me. If she did not transfer schools, she would not have the face to go back to class. The students of Year 2 Class 1 did not know that Yi Ying had left the army. The girls knew that Yi Ying did not return to the dormitory before they turned off the lights. Thinking of what she did during target practice, everyone pretended not to know. To them, Yi Ying was an awkward existence. They did not know how to face her in the future. Chapter 704. They climbed into their beds and turned off the lights. After a while, they started snoring softly. After a tiring day, almost all of them fell asleep as soon as they hit their beds. Yi Qian did not sleep. She closed her eyes and the corners of her mouth were slightly raised, revealing a faint but extremely joyful smile. She had to admit that Captain Xia's love letter was indeed moving. His sentence, facing the endless yellow sand, I think even flying past the place where you stopped would be a kind of happiness, made her heart palpitate. This sentence had a deep meaning and she could not help but think of the training in the desert last year. She thought of the time when she was with the yellow sand and there were fighter jets flying low overhead. Even flying past the place where you stopped. Could it be that one of the fighter jets she saw that night was piloted by Captain Xia? Xia Jinyuan, who could even pilot a fighter jet, actually took a fancy to an inexperienced high school student like her? Thinking about it, it seemed a little ridiculous. However, his expression and the love letter he wrote to her were sincere and did not seem to be fake. Yi Qian, who had been reborn, did not even need familial affection, let alone love. Now that Major Xia had stirred up trouble, it really messed up a pool of spring water. As she thought about it, she tossed and turned in bed a few times. She did not even know when she fell asleep. She tossed and turned several times but did not sleep. On the other side, Xia Jinyuan sat in Regiment Commander Guo's office and expressed his opinion with a cold expression. The defense needs to be strengthened. If the outer defense is too weak, it will also have a big impact. There are a total of 73 sensors. It looks like an inescapable net, but in fact it will not work on the dense shrubs. It would be best to replace the old sensors with infrared sensors. Regimental Commander Guo's face was extremely dark. After the probes were installed in the woods, none of the elite soldiers in the regiment could pass through. Later on, when an elite troop of Guangnan military region came over, none of them could walk out either. However, he was still complacent about it. In the end, reality had given him a big slap in the face. A student, a major, had gone into the forest as he wished. The student had only been discovered on the 54th probe. As for the major in front of him, if he had not intentionally revealed himself, no one would have discovered him. It was hard for Regiment Commander Guo's face to not be dark with such a result. How could it be safe? He had already figured it out on the first day. If it wasn't for the military training review tomorrow, Regiment Commander Guo would have made things difficult tonight. Yi Qian, one of the initiators, slept soundly. When he opened his eyes, it was 5 in the morning. His biological clock was still as punctual as ever, and he was not affected by the love letters and confessions at all. After the morning training, it was time for the big inspection. This time, for the first time, 16 high school and provincial first high school lined up in a square formation. The military bugles were loud and clear, and the military uniforms were on their bodies as they drew the curtain to the national anthem. The flag guards were made up of 3 people. Yi Qian was the flag bearer, the one on his left and right was Yang Heng, and the other was the representative of number 16 middle school, a tall and thin senior high school student. The 3 of them had never trained before. They had only gone through a few rounds during the morning training. Under Yi Qian's lead, the 3 of them passed after 5 rounds. Yi Qian, who was standing at the front of the square formation, immediately saw Xia Jinyuan, who was standing on the inspection platform. He was wearing casual clothes and a military cap, and he had the most elegant temperament. She only raised her gaze slightly, but he seemed to sense it and looked over. The flag guard in the middle is the high school student who went abroad with the leader last time. Look, doesn't he have the aura of a soldier? Xia Jinyuan locked his gaze on Yi Qian and said softly to Commander-in-Chief Xia, "Isn't he pretty good?" Chapter 705. There were a total of 3 flag bearers, and they were all standing at the front. Commander-in-Chief Xia didn't even need to look for them to spot them. Hearing this, he glanced at the girl standing in the middle. She was exceptionally petite, and because of Xia Jinyuan's words, he couldn't help but look at her for a while. Then he nodded and praised her. "She looks like a good girl. She's really rare to be praised by a leader." It might sound like a few words of praise, but those who were familiar with Commander-in-Chief Xia knew that if someone could receive a faint praise from him, it meant that that person was truly talented. Yi Qian stood between 2 boys who were both over 1.78 meters tall. Although she looked much shorter than the boys, the difference was her aura. She stood in the middle with her head held high and her chest puffed out. She carried a flagpole that was many times taller than herself, and her aura was so strong that it made people ignore the issue of her height. They only felt that this girl's aura was so strong that it suppressed the 2 boys beside her. When the leader on the stage was speaking, the students below the stage would more or less make some small movements. However, Yi Qian didn't. She stood as straight as a pencil, with her feet at attention. Her feet were as straight as the shaft of a gun. Her chin was slightly raised, and she had the reserved and majestic aura of a soldier. Her gaze was firm and cold, and her aura was unique among the several students. Even without Xia Jinyuan's reminder, Commander-in-Chief Xia would have noticed her. She's more than rare. She was groomed by a first-grade sergeant major and a world-class sniper. I've seen her 4-year training plan, and it was completely based on the training plan of the Special Forces in America's Triangle State. Don't you think such a girl is the only one in the army? In the environment where Little Fox lived, he could temporarily be her secret boyfriend among the people she knew. However, when it came to him, especially in front of his father, Xia Jinyuan didn't want to engage in a secret relationship. Besides, he had to let Commander-in-Chief Xia know in advance, so that some people wouldn't want to introduce him to a so-called noble girl. How could he not understand his own son, Commander-in-Chief Xia? It was the first time that Commander-in-Chief Xia heard him introduce a girl like this, so he couldn't help but take a few more glances at him. His sharp gaze swept over him and he said calmly, "A first-class sergeant major, a world-class sniper. It's the first time I've heard of 2 important technical backbones in the military training a high school student. They're not active soldiers. They're all seniors who have retired many years ago. Don't misunderstand that they're using power for personal gain. The Major General of the Army is well aware of what happened to Yi Qian. The leader even specifically instructed us to nurture him well, and not let him lose his talent." Other people might be afraid of Commander-in-Chief Xia's sharp gaze, but as his son, Xia Jinyuan was not afraid. He continued to be indifferent with a slight smile on his lips. "I think it's quite rare to meet a girl like her. Since I've met her, I should take some action." The bomb was thrown so suddenly that Commander-in-Chief Xia was caught off guard. As the only highest-ranking general in the army, Commander-in-Chief Xia's expression only changed in an instant. Other than Xia Jinyuan, who noticed some clues, no one else noticed Commander-in-Chief Xia's gaffe for less than half a second. If he didn't hear wrongly, his son, who cherished himself so much that even his mother couldn't interfere in his private affairs, was telling him that he wanted to take action against a high school student? What action? Military action? Chapter 706. It's definitely not a military operation. What kind of military operation is this for a high school student? This kid. Commander-in-Chief Xia felt like he had returned to 10 years ago. The kid who was so naughty that even the security guards didn't want to work for him was back. Without batting an eyelid, he took another look at the girl who was carrying the red flag and began to walk past the reviewing platform. Her walk was indeed imposing, especially when she waved the red flag and pointed it at the enemy. Her action was as sharp as a sword. If it weren't for the reminder, he wouldn't have thought that she was a student but a real soldier. If you want to take action, you have to see if the other party is willing. Although he was surprised, Commander-in-Chief Xia didn't show it at all when he spoke. He said calmly, "This kind of girl is rare. She's also mature and doesn't take the wrong path." There was applause. It was Yi Qian's walk. The school leaders on the inspection platform felt proud and took the lead to clap. Xia Jinyuan didn't answer first. Instead, he clapped and said to his Commander-in-Chief Xia, "Clap, Dad. Everyone is clapping. You're the only one standing there without saying anything. How rude. Look, she's walking so well. The boys on the left and right are just background characters. Not bad, she's strong enough." Not only did he clap, but he also kept talking, as if he was afraid that others didn't know how well the girl walked. Commander-in-Chief Xia wanted to slap him on the back of his head. When the flag bearers walked past, it was the start of the parade. Sophomore Class 1 was the first parade. After Yi Qian handed the red flag to the instructor, he trotted back to his class. Following Instructor Huang's command, the entire Sophomore Class 1 began to be inspected by the leaders on the stage. "Dad, I'll arrange a daughter-in-law for you in advance. It's her. I won't change it." Under the orderly and imposing command of 1, 2, 3, Xia Jinyuan threw bombs at Commander-in-Chief Xia one after another. He didn't even consider whether his Commander-in-Chief Xia could accept it. "I think that good things should be done early. If we're a step late, we'll lose everything. Didn't you always say that we should take action when it's time? I feel that it's time for me to make a move. Being indecisive and hesitant will only result in missing out on a good match. To tell you the truth, I've already taken a liking to this girl when she was still in junior high school. After a few years of careful consideration, I finally decided to carry out this decision and pursue her to be your daughter-in-law." Hearing this, Commander-in-Chief Xia's hand went to the right side of her waist. He had taken a liking to her when she was still a junior high school student? This was his son, right? When he heard this, he was filled with anger and wanted to shoot him dead. Xia Jinyuan pretended not to see his father's face, which was as black as the bottom of a pot. He smiled and said, "Don't take out your gun yet. If you really shoot me, not only will you lose a good son, you will also lose a good daughter-in-law. Compared to your taste, my taste is definitely several times better. If I decide on a daughter-in-law in advance, you won't have to worry all day long about whether I'll mess around in the army, and whether I won't be able to find a wife in my 40s. I'll give you a reassuring pill in advance. Just based on my filial piety, you'll be secretly happy." Secretly happy? He wanted to use a leather target to get her. This rascal, I thought he finally got on the right track after changing out of his previous rascal skin. Who knew that he would turn around and kidnap an underage girl to date? Chapter 707. Below the stage, when Instructor Huang shouted, "Salute!" the students of Grade 2 Class 1 raised their hands and saluted. Everyone on the stage, including Commander-in-Chief Xia, had to return the salute to the students who saluted them. Yi Qian was in the row closest to the stage. When he raised his hand and saluted, his gaze landed on the stage. First, he saw the faces of the leaders he did not recognize. Then he saw Xia Jinyuan, who was wearing a large brimmed hat and looked as handsome as a celestial being on the moon. Furthermore, he saw the slight smile in Xia Jinyuan's eyes. When he looked over, Xia Jinyuan's gaze reminded him to look to his right. Yi Jian's soul almost flew out of her body when she saw the shiny golden epaulets. His military might was stronger and more dignified than anyone else's. Commander-in-Chief Xia was looking at her with bright eyes at this moment. Yi Qian, whose heart was beating wildly, tried his best to adjust his breathing so that he looked natural. His footsteps were not messy at all. He maintained his composure and calmly walked past the stage. Commander-in-Chief Xia was not far away. He was only 3 meters away, so he naturally saw the subtle changes on Yi Qian's face. Even though Yi Qian had lived 2 lives, Yi Qian was still older than him and had more experience than him. After Yi Qian walked past him, he said to his son calmly, "She seems to know me." "Think so. Didn't we come back with our leader 2 nights ago? I left her my home phone number. When she called, I was taking a shower. You happened to pick it up." She was so scared that she didn't dare to call home after that. Xia Jinyuan put down his arms. The smile on his face was even brighter than the cloudless sky. "Don't misunderstand. She knows who you are, but it doesn't mean that she likes your status. Also, I forgot to tell you that I've decided on a wife. The point is, the wife I've decided on hasn't agreed to be my wife yet. I still have to pursue her. As for whether I can do so, Dad, it's still unknown." Thus, Commander-in-Chief Xia had the urge to pull out his gun again. Did that mean everything he said before was nonsense? He even said something about taking action. What kind of action is this? The other party didn't even agree. It was his son's one-sided love. A guy who can't even get a wife still has the cheek to say that his taste is better than his father's? Even if my taste was bad back then, at least I left a good seed. However, he was relieved. He really thought that he was dating an underage girl. It was all empty talk. The girl didn't like him at all. Not bad. The girl's self-control is worthy of praise. Commander-in-Chief Xia was not the kind of person who would let his son marry a daughter-in-law based on whether he liked her or her family background. His son was the one who married his daughter-in-law. Why would he like her? As for the family background, the Xia family would not let a woman support the family. It was a man's duty to build his career. Why would he need to rely on his wife? Commander-in-Chief Xia was relieved to know that everything was still in progress, and that it was an operation with unknown results. A smile appeared on his darkened face. "As long as the girl doesn't like you, I'm relieved. This girl's self-control is good. The leader has never misjudged anyone. This girl is really good. I don't care what you want to do, but first I have to make one thing clear. If you dare to let me hear anything about seducing a girl in the army, prepare to eat a bullet." Chapter 708. From this, it could be seen that Commander-in-Chief Xia did not object to his son having a relationship with a high school student. Why should he object? The young lady did not even fancy him. As long as the young lady did not agree, then it would be his son's fault. However, he still had to confirm it. Although he did not need a daughter-in-law with a good family background, he had to ensure that the daughter-in-law who could marry into the family Xia had to have a good character. "Don't bring her to me yet. I don't want to know about your current situation. She is still a high school student, and you are at least 6 years older than her. If you really like her, at least don't disturb her for now." Xia Jinyuan did not intend to bring Yi Qian to his house right now. Today, he only wanted to let Commander-in-Chief Xia know that he had found someone he liked. He also wanted to let him know that he would pay more attention to Yi Qian in the military in the future. He wanted to know in advance so that when they met in the future, he would not be so clueless and cold to his little fox. Since he had chosen little fox as a man, the first thing he had to do was to protect his woman and not let her suffer any grievances in his family. With little fox's character, when she entered the military in the future, Commander-in-Chief Xia would be amazed and admire her. When that time came, bringing little fox into the family Xia would be much smoother. The relationship between the two had not even started yet, but Xia Jinyuan had already paved the way for Yi Qian. "Don't worry. I don't want to bring her home right now. Also, our relationship will definitely not cross the line during her high school years. At the very least, it will have to wait until she enters university. Today, I wanted to let you know that I have my eyes on a good girl, and I will work hard to make her your daughter-in-law. Now that you know about her, you can check on her more in the future. understand her better, and you will know why I have my eyes on her. She is an orphan, and her mother was a martyr. I don't want her to live a careful life at home when I bring her home in the future. Xia Jinyuan had always been a man of his own ideas. He made it clear that he would definitely protect the woman he liked, and would not let her suffer in his home. This was because he knew about Yi Qian's past. He knew what kind of life she had lived in Yi Jifan's home. So, he only wanted to give her family warmth in the future. You can make your own decisions. I won't interfere. But I'll say this first. If anything happens to any of you, I won't intervene. Don't come begging me for help. Commander-in-Chief Xia could tell how firm his son's attitude was. It was to the point that he would not marry anyone else. No matter what kind of attitude she had, if the little girl made any noise while she was studying, even if it was a big noise, he would not care about it. Commander-in-Chief Xia, the flag-bearer just now, is the most outstanding female student of this year. Regiment Commander Guo, who was standing to the right of Commander-in-Chief Xia, tilted his head slightly and said in a low voice, "The day before yesterday, she stood in a military stance and stunned the veterans in my regiment. Yesterday afternoon during target practice, she stood 200 meters away and shot a perfect shot with a gun. We really need to pay more attention to such a girl in our army. A girl who could catch the eye of a leader and accompany him to Pakistan for a secret investigation must have some ability. However, for a high school student to be able to shoot a perfect shot, it really required some real ability." Commander-in-Chief Xia, who had a slight smile on his face, nodded and said, "Heroes come from young. It's really not bad. Just now, I saw her walk with a military stance and salute." Chapter 709. Regiment Commander Guo had not seen Yi Qian's performance over the past 2 days, but the political commissar standing beside him had been talking about Yi Qian ever since he showed up. In addition, Regiment Commander Liu from the neighboring regiment was also very proud yesterday, so he specially asked which girl was Yi Qian today. After seeing her, he paid attention to her the entire time. He had to admit that the neighboring regiment was amazing. He had no idea how they found such a young girl, let alone how they trained her. It was not possible to train her in the army. After all, the army was a restricted military area, and students could not enter and leave as they pleased. So how did they train her? How did they train a student into a qualified soldier without violating the army's rules? After all, she was not his soldier. Regiment Commander Guo was more concerned about how the neighboring regiment trained her, not how good the person they trained was. After hearing Commander-in-Chief Xia's praise, Regiment Commander Guo quickly pulled his political commissar over and asked him to talk to Commander-in-Chief Xia about Yi Qian. During the field training, she could eat raw snake meat with the veterans. The platoon leader accompanying her said that she looked like a veteran. The other students were out of breath from the 20-kilometer field training, but she was completely fine. She could fight for first place in everything. As a soldier, one had to have the awareness to fight for first place in everything. If you became first place, you would be a role model for your comrades. It would drive the enthusiasm of the entire team and make the higher-ups feel reassured. The political commissar did not hesitate to praise Yi Qian. When Xia Jinyuan heard it, the corners of his mouth curled up and he could not suppress it for a long time. He could still smile. At this moment, Yi Qian's back was still drenched in cold sweat. All the nerves in her body were tense. Commander-in-Chief Xia was in the army, and she had even promised to consider Xia Jinyuan as her boyfriend last night. How open-minded must she be to consider him? Did water get into her brain last night to agree? If Commander-in-Chief Xia knew that she had an ambiguous relationship with his son, he would only need to say a word and all her efforts would be for naught. She wasn't afraid of Yi Jifan, nor was she afraid of the people behind Yi Jifan. However, it was impossible for her to not be afraid of the highest-ranking general of the 3 armies. After living 2 lives, she was just a nobody in front of him. Even if he had lived 2 lives, he would still be in awe of such a great figure. Most importantly, she was now involved with his son. If it weren't for this, she wouldn't be afraid no matter how powerful he was. Because she was the Yi Qian who didn't need to rely on anyone, didn't need any connections, and relied on her own efforts to move forward. It was because of Xia Jinyuan's existence that he felt a little guilty. She felt that, if Commander-in-Chief Xia were to find out about this one day, he would definitely pull out a gun and give her a quick death. Yi Qian suddenly felt a headache coming on. Right now, she just hoped that Xia Jinyuan wouldn't tell Commander-in-Chief Xia about her relationship with him. Even if he did, it wouldn't be now. Yi Qian wasn't even 18 years old yet and was still a high school student. If she were to date an active soldier, she would be ruining Xia Jinyuan's future. As parents, the last thing they wanted to see was someone ruining their children's future. Even the impartial Commander-in-Chief Xia was the same. Thinking about this, Yi Qian felt that Xia Jinyuan probably wouldn't tell Commander-in-Chief Xia. After all, which man didn't want to make a name for themselves? Who would want their future to be ruined by a woman? Chapter 7:10. Especially an outstanding man like Xia Jinyuan. At first glance, one could tell that he was a man who was unwilling to fail. Wearing a military uniform, he stood in the middle of a group of leaders. His bearing and aura were top-notch. He was born different from them, so how could he let Commander-in-Chief Xia worry about him? Thinking of this, Yi Qian finally stopped breaking out in a cold sweat. She still had to strengthen her psychological endurance. Commander-in-Chief Xia had only shown his face, and she was already feeling so guilty. She suddenly recalled the phone call she had made that night. It was Commander-in-Chief Xia who had answered the phone personally. In the end, because she was frightened, she said, "Sorry, I dialed the wrong number." Then she hurriedly hung up. Yi Qian wailed in her heart. She raised her hand and hit herself on the head. Yi Qian, water must have entered your brain. You accepted Xia Jinyuan's love letter, and even agreed to be his boyfriend. Water must have entered your brain. Water must have entered your brain. As she hammered her head, she wailed in pain. Now that the other classes were following Fang Zheng, Yi Qian and the others stood at the back. No one would notice if they did anything. Instructor Huang, who was standing beside her, saw it. His feet were spread out and his hands were behind his back. His brain did not move and even his facial muscles did not move. He whispered to Yi Qian, "You look a little uncomfortable." She was indeed uncomfortable. It wasn't her body that was uncomfortable, but her heart was feeling extremely awkward and uncomfortable. "No, I was just thinking about something that was a little difficult." After sighing softly in her heart, Yi Qian restrained the expression on her face, cleared her throat and whispered, "It's fine. It's fine now." Xia Jinyuan could not have been so hot-headed as to tell Commander-in-Chief Xia about their relationship. With his shrewdness, it was impossible for him to make a bad move. There would be plenty of time in the future. Who knew if they could be together in the future? In his mind, Yi Qian felt as though he was washing sand from the ocean. He washed away the bad things and left behind a reason to feel at ease. Then he felt at ease. As an instructor, he had no right to interfere with a student's own affairs. Hearing this, Instructor Huang's voice tightened as he reminded, "Don't let personal matters affect the review. If there's anything that can't be solved, you can think of a solution after the dismissal. It's a big review now and all the leaders are watching. Especially since you're the role model and flag bearer of the military training. There are many people paying attention to you. Don't let yourself be a burden." The performance of each battle array had already begun. Yi Jian answered in a low voice, "Yes, sir." She calmed herself down and stopped thinking about Xia Jinyuan. Now, she could only trust that this dangerous man would not report his personal matters to Commander-in-Chief Xia. Instructor Huang glanced at the girl beside him from the corner of his eye. Seeing that she had regained her composure, he couldn't help but smile. The political commissar was right that he was able to teach such an outstanding student before he retired from the military. It really did add a touch of color to his military career. The entire military training review was divided into performance, military boxing, swordsmanship, stick fighting, and tactical performance. Because it was the first time the Southern Province implemented military training for students, all aspects were extremely strict. The duration was only 7 days. But there were many subjects to learn. Not all students participated in the performance of each subject. Due to time constraints, each subject's performance was assigned to each class. Chapter 7:11. Military boxing was performed by Grade 2 Class 1 to Grade 2 Class 3. At the front of the group was Yi Qian and Instructor Huang, while the instructor of Class 2 and the instructor of Class 3 were sparring. A total of 3 groups stood at the front. One was the student representative of the class and the other was the instructor. This was the only pairing between the two schools. When they went on stage, they attracted everyone's attention, and most of them were focused on Yi Qian. The leaders on the reviewing platform were surprised by this arrangement. How could they let a student spar with their own instructor? Commander-in-Chief Xia's eyes locked on to the girl who made his son jump on without hesitation. Sparring with an instructor. She was indeed brave. Military boxing was a boxing technique that consisted of punching, kicking, throwing, grabbing knives, and grabbing guns. The moves were of moderate length, and the movements were refined and skillful. When it was put in military training for students, the rhythm was clear and easy to learn and understand. It could be used as a single or group performance. Even if it was just a flowery stance, as long as the students shouted loudly, it could be used to create a radical atmosphere. Following the command, the military boxing performance of the third and third classes began. The school leaders on the reviewing platform saw the students fighting with the instructors, especially when they saw that the instructors used all their strength in their punches. They could not help but worry. Principal Chow, is this appropriate? There won't be any problems, right? Asked the principal of number 16 high school. One of the two schools was ranked at the top and the other was ranked at the bottom. First of all, there was no competition between the students, so the two schools had a good relationship. The principal of number 16 high school asked this because he was worried. If there was a problem during the military training, and it happened during the review, it would be difficult to explain to the Education Bureau. Principal Chow, who had confidence in Yi Qian, smiled. It's okay, there won't be any problems. I'd be worried if other people came up, but I'm not worried about this girl. She's not a stubborn person. If she can stand up, there won't be any problems. Look at her. She doesn't look like a student standing next to the instructor. Don't worry, I'm not worried. What do you have to worry about? Principal Chow naturally knew that Yi Qian was back for military training, so he wasn't surprised to see her standing next to the instructor. This child had given him countless surprises since their first meeting. There were a total of 3 sets of military boxing. The military boxing that students learned during military training was mainly composed of combat skills and basic movements. It was the first set of military boxing with a certain training value and self-defense function. The first set of military boxing that all the students practiced had been modified to a certain extent. The difficulty had been reduced by a lot. Yi Qian swept his right leg over. Everyone present saw Instructor Huang quickly move to the side and clamp down on Yi Qian's right knee with both hands. The school leaders on the reviewing platform held their breaths, while the observing students gasped. They all thought that Yi Qian would definitely be thrown to the ground by the instructor this time. This is too dangerous. Seeing this, the teachers in the school felt that this arrangement was inappropriate. Before they could catch their breath, they saw Yi Qian kick the instructor's half-bent thigh with his left leg. His whole body was lifted into the air, and he kicked the instructor's shoulder with his left leg. Yi Qian was naturally familiar with military boxing. When he fought with Instructor Huang, it wasn't just a simple stance like the other students. It was a real fight. After Yi Qian landed on the ground, there was applause from the reviewing platform. Chapter 7:12. In fact, there was a drill for this kind of sparring. Since the instructors had a tacit understanding with each other, they could complete the sparring in one go. However, Yi Qian was a student. To be able to complete the sparring as well as the instructors was already quite impressive for a student. No one applauded because they were not allowed to do so. The students of Class 3 and Class 3 started to go, ha 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 ha. The anti-chemical regiment officer in charge of explaining also began to explain passionately and in high spirits. In the Army, military boxing training is often carried out. It is of great significance to cultivate the tenacity, courage, and tenacity of the soldiers. The same goes for the students. In future wars, we will face extremely vicious enemies, not lambs that will be killed without a fight. In carrying out special missions such as reconnaissance, anti-infiltration, sentry, camouflage, and other special operations, as well as acts of bravery to protect the legitimate interests of the people from being violated, we often have to fight the enemy barehanded. The military boxing training of Class 1 of Grade 2 has only been going on for a few days, but we believe that when they step into society in the future, they will remember what they have learned today and become brave warriors who dare to fight against evil forces. Commander-in-Chief Xia had been in the army for half of his life. He could tell at a glance who was the real deal and who was the real deal. When he saw the girl grab the instructor and throw him over her shoulder, he clapped his hands when he saw that. Dad, I didn't disappoint you by choosing a daughter-in-law, did I? Xia Jinyuan saw this and a smile appeared in his deep eyes. He knew that with Little Fox's outstanding performance, his father, who had been in the army for half of his life, would definitely like her. Similarly, his father and his wife, who were not inferior to men, would definitely like her too. After Commander-in-Chief Xia finished clapping his hands, he glanced at his scheming son and said calmly, I'm applauding for her, not for your taste. The girl is not bad. But I'm afraid that you are the one who has wronged her. She didn't say yes to you just now, which shows that she is a sensible person. She knows that she is not suitable to be in a relationship with you. Major Xia, you better remember this. Don't just leave after provoking her. If you really piss me off, I have a bullet waiting for you. However, Xia Jinyuan laughed disapprovingly. Dad, I grew up being scared by you. I'm used to being scared by your loud voice. I don't plan to taste your bullets. If one day your grandson wants to be naughty, you can use them to teach him a lesson. How could he let go after provoking him? Once he got his hands on her, he could forget about running away. He was set for life. You look quite decent in your military uniform now. Why don't I talk to that girl personally later? Tell her everything about your youth. I want to see if such an outstanding girl is still willing to follow you. Commander-in-Chief Xia, who had never had a headache when it came to reporting information about the enemy, touched the hard pistol at his waist with his right hand. Facing his son, he was only worried. When he was young and disobedient, he could beat him up directly. Now that he was a major, it was not easy to beat him up anymore. Xia Jinyuan was not afraid of his father's threats. When he heard his father's words, the corners of his mouth curled up. He said calmly, I will tell my wife about my past sooner or later, so don't worry about it. I grew up being beaten up anyway. My skin is tough, so I'm not afraid of being beaten up. Dad, I would rather be beaten up now than let my wife run away with someone else. I'm telling the truth. Don't think that I'm joking. I have my eyes on her. No matter who comes, they can't stop me. Chapter 713. Commander-in-Chief Xia's eyelids twitched fiercely when he heard his words. Why did he feel like there was a hidden meaning in his words? Even if God came, he wouldn't be able to stop him. He even said such harsh words. It seemed like he really cared. Being interested in a 16 or 17-year-old high school student, she had the urge to beat him up again. After the military boxing of the second and third classes ended, there was another round of applause. Xia Jinyuan, who had a smile on his face, said coldly, Also, your ex-wife has become someone else's wife. Don't even think about interfering. I didn't bicker with her because of you and the fact that you once gave birth to me. Next time, if I hear even a little bit of news, it's useless for you to call her in advance. Commander-in-Chief Xia's ex-wife was naturally Xia Jinyuan's mother. However, when he was 3 years old, Mrs. Xia suddenly came to her senses and wanted to find her own hope. After the divorce, she left Xia Jinyuan, who was only 3 years old at the time, and went abroad. From then on, Xia Jinyuan became a wild child that no one cared about. At that time, Commander-in-Chief Xia wasn't a commander yet. He was a commander in the faraway Ningxia garrison. When he was promoted and came back, not only did his wife run away, his son was so wild that he almost became a headache for everyone in the military compound. It would be fine if he was bad on the surface, but he was bad in the dark, so no one could find fault with him. Commander-in-Chief Xia learned from this painful experience and refused to let Old Master Xia and Old Madam Xia take care of him. Instead, he took care of him himself, determined to make his son change. As he took care of him, he also understood why such a strict person like Old Master Xia doted on his grandson. At the age of 10, he knew how to command soldiers on the battlefield. As a general, he killed his own soldiers until they were miserable. At the age of 12, he crawled under the chassis of a truck and ran around with the criminal team at the border. After he figured out the smuggling team's route, he slipped into the local garrison and said that he would lead the troops to destroy the enemy. That year, Xia Jinyuan, who was only 12 years old, became famous and made a great contribution. As for him, because he lost his son in the garrison for 24 days, Old Master Xia from the capital came personally with the guards and threatened to get rid of the scourge who lost his family Xia's golden grandson. Xia Jinyuan was often beaten like this. Since he was a child, he had long been immune to words like, "If you don't listen to me, I'll shoot you." Even Commander-in-Chief Xia didn't have the power to punish his son at will now. After hearing this, Commander-in-Chief Xia did not speak for a long time. It was not until the entire military training was about to end that he sighed and said, "Your mother and I owe you, so when you say that you want to find a girlfriend, I have no opinion at all." Decided. May? S. I can't do anything about your mother. She's always been a person who stands by her words. At most, I won't interfere with who you find as your girlfriend. What the hell was this? His son found a high school student as his girlfriend. As a father, not only could he not stop it, he even had to hide it. What kind of father was he? In the final commendation segment, the school and the leaders gave out awards to the outstanding units of internal affairs and hygiene, military training, and the exemplary founder company. As the representative of Grade 2 Class 1, Yi Qian stood on the podium and prayed in his heart, "Please don't let it be Commander-in-Chief Xia. Please don't let it be Commander Xia." Chapter 7:14. Life was full of misfortunes. Yi Jian, who had been reborn, would face a disaster if she met Xia Jinyuan. Her wish would not come true. The more she was afraid of something, the more likely it would come true. Xia Jinyuan, who had talked to Regiment Commander Gua about the improvements to the infrared surveillance of the Chemical Defense Regiment, naturally asked about the award ceremony. There were arrangements for who would be presenting the award. The leaders of the school had to appear, the leaders of the Chemical Defense Regiment had to appear, and since the highest-ranking leader had come, all the more he had to appear. Then, as a son, he quickly arranged for his father to present the banner to Yi Qian. "Not bad. I see in you the spirit of the current generation of students who are constantly striving for self-improvement and tenacious. I hope that in the future, you will all become pillars of the motherland with both ability and integrity, broad-minded, ambitious, and all-round development in all fields." Commander-in-Chief Xia, who was standing in front of Yi Qian and personally presenting the banner to her, carefully looked at the girl that his son had decided to be his wife. He had to admit that the son had better foresight than the father. Her appearance was top-notch, and the determination between her brows made it even more obvious that she was a hard-working, strong-willed, and indomitable girl. Yi Qian, of course, knew that Commander-in-Chief Xia was looking at her. She held the banner tightly with both hands and tried to control her heartbeat. Faced with the invisible military might of the highest-ranking general of the three armies, she tried her best not to lose her composure. After the instructions, she replied seriously with cold sweat on her back, "I will definitely not disappoint the school. I will uphold the school's motto and become a well-developed student." Hearing this voice, it was indeed the little girl who said that she had called the wrong number 2 days ago. At that time, she probably didn't know whether she had called the wrong number or not. She probably thought that the wrong person answered the phone and said that she had called the wrong number. Commander-in-Chief Xia looked at her a few more times. Although she was young, she was able to keep her composure. When his son was 16 or 17 years old, he was also in high school. He had just passed the age that gave him a headache. Suddenly, his temperament changed. He no longer went to the courtyard or hung around outside. Instead, he studied like a different person. The little girl in front of him had a heroic look and her eyes were extremely clear. She stood there like a pine tree in proud snow. She was no better than Xia Jinyuan back then. If she really wanted to become her daughter-in-law. But she was indeed too young. If that rascal in the family really wanted to cause trouble, then no one could stop him. It seemed that he had to have a private chat with the little girl. They were going back to school later. He could ask the school to arrange for her to sit in the same car as him and have a chat in the car. After making up his mind, Commander-in-Chief Xia turned around and instructed his bodyguards to make the necessary arrangements. In some ways, the father and son were very similar. For example, when it came to sudden attacks, they were definitely the same. They suddenly decided on a matter and killed the enemy before they could react. When Yi Qian found out that he was going to sit in the same car as Commander-in-Chief Xia, he almost fainted. He originally thought that he could relax after the military training was over. But who knew that? There was something even more terrifying waiting for him. "Principal Chow, can I refuse? I'm just a student. How can I sit in the same car as a senior officer in the military? Is there a mistake? Is there a mistake?" Unwilling to give up, Yiqian tried to use the excuse of a mistake to avoid sitting in the same car as Commander-in-Chief Xia. Chapter 7:15. To others it might be an opportunity, but to her it was like a bolt from the blue. Principal Chao himself was very surprised by this arrangement, but Commander-in-Chief Xia's personal bodyguard had personally delivered the message, so how could there be a mistake? He smiled and said, "It was arranged by the commander, so don't worry. Major Xia will also be in the car with you. You know him, so you don't have to be afraid with him by your side." He paused and said, "You should be able to tell the relationship between Commander-in-Chief Xia and Major Xia, so you don't have to worry. Major Xia will be there to guide you. Whatever the commander asks, you just have to answer. There's no need for any fancy tricks. An honest and sincere answer is the best answer." Yiqian felt so bitter that she wanted to find an excuse to faint from heatstroke. It was because of Xia Jinyuan that she felt uneasy. The most troublesome thing was that she was suspected of having corrupted Commander-in-Chief Xia's son. Even if she didn't take the initiative, she still felt guilty. Faced with Principal Chao's comforting words, Yiqian, who couldn't say anything, could only reveal a faint smile. She replied insincerely, "So Major Xia is here. Then I'm relieved." No matter how mature a child was, she was still a child. Principal Chao, who especially favored Yiqian, looked around and said in a low voice, "This is a good opportunity. Perform well. It will help you when you enter the army. Little girl, your own abilities are very important, but you also need a leader who can guide you." This was to let Yiqian know the rules of the adult world in advance. Hearing this, Yiqian raised her eyes, pursed her lips and said with a faint smile, "I understand. Thank you." This was a kind reminder that only someone who truly cared about her would say. As an elder, he was reminding an ignorant junior to seize the opportunity. It was indeed a very good opportunity, but she preferred to use her own ability to seize the opportunity that truly belonged to her. "Olchen asked me to take care of you and give you some advice if I can. I'm just a teacher, so I don't know what's going on in the army. Since you're destined to join the army, all I can say is that your chance is here." If it were someone else, Principal Chao would not have said such things. Even if this student was in the same car as Commander-in-Chief Xia, he would only remind them to be careful, be cautious, be polite, use your brain before you speak. The more you say, the more mistakes you make. The less you say, the less mistakes you make, and so on. His instructions to Yiqian were different. First, he didn't need to worry that Yiqian wouldn't say anything wrong. Second, he wanted to help this orphan student. Third, he hoped that she would have some achievements in the military. In the future, if she made a contribution and established a career, she would also be someone who walked out of the province's #1 middle school. Yiqian lowered her head and said softly, "Don't worry, I know what I should do. However, Commander-in-Chief Xia is so busy that he specially came to our school to participate in the military training review. I think he's more concerned about whether the students have any difficulties during the military training. He probably wants to know what a student thinks about the military training through me. If there was an opportunity, she would definitely seize it." However, her intuition told her that with Xia Jinyuan around, this was not an opportunity at all. After she finished speaking, Principal Chao was silent for a long time before sighing. "I'm not as clear as you, a student. From the capital to the southern province, and then to the anti-chemical regiment to participate in the military training review, the commander-in-chief, who is so busy every day, wouldn't be so free. I'm afraid there's something else going on." Chapter 7:16. What else could he be here for? Suddenly, Principal Chao's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately added, "Then you should just answer whatever the commander asks. Don't be in the limelight and don't express your opinions. Just stay neutral and don't try to stand out." If the commander was really here for something else, then it was not something a student could get involved in. Commander-in-Chief Xia was indeed here for something else, but he really squeezed some time out of his schedule to come to the Chemical Defense Regiment. When the students returned to their classes to say goodbye to their instructors, Commander Gua and the political commissar accompanied him to tour the Chemical Defense Regiment. The Chemical Defense Regiment was a mysterious unit. Their clothes and equipment were professional and high-tech, and their appearances were particularly strange. Wearing the long elephant-like mask, no one would be able to tell who was standing next to each other. Xia Jinyuan, who came to learn the basic professional training of the Chemical Defense Regiment, put on a gas mask with Commander-in-Chief Xia, put on a special combat uniform, and entered the comprehensive training ground. Here Xia Jinyuan had to learn emergency protection, poison observation, accurate detection, and report data. Only when he was accurate, fast, and precise could he be considered to have passed the basic professional training. This was the comprehensive training ground behind the shooting range. The machines roared, and the disinfectants accurately aimed the spray gun at the poison spots. The comrades of the shower team were like unsheathed swords, dashing forward and back, accurately finding the poison spots one by one, and then controlling the poison. This exercise is to deal with the nuclear accident and rescue. The average age of this group of soldiers is between 24 years old. They have mastered solid skills and participated in many missions. Commander Guo proudly introduced his soldiers. They are all excellent poison detectors. They are strong in physical fitness, psychology, and skills. Don't be fooled by their young age. They are all flying tigers. Our regiment strives to make every chemical defense regiment soldier a qualified soldier through a series of trainings such as psychological counseling, simulation training, expansion training, mission preparation, skills competition, mutual cooperation, and so on. Xia Jinyuan listened very carefully. These were the skills he had to learn, and he could not be careless. The equipment on his body was not light either. The anti-poison suit and anti-poison mask were at least 6 degrees hotter than the outside world. A set of protective and anti-poison equipment weighed more than 5 kilograms, and it was airtight. In the hot summer, wearing this set of equipment would make one sweat profusely. As for the anti-chemical soldiers who were training, they were already used to this kind of tough training. It also challenged the endurance of the human body again and again. Steel needed to be tempered. No matter what type of soldier it was, it needed to be tempered layer by layer to become an outstanding soldier. Only by strengthening his military capabilities would he be able to provide himself with an additional layer of protection every time he carried out a high-risk mission. Every tough training was also for the sake of returning safely. Looking at these brave and fearless young figures, Commander-in-Chief Xia only said one sentence: "Come to the army safely and return home safely." Life and death were not determined by the heavens but by humans. Today's hardships are for the good of the people. No matter where you are, the people of the past and the people of the future will remember that it was your fearless figures that made our country safe. The most adorable people and the most respectable people of the current generation. Who else could it be other than this group of soldiers who were on the verge of death even when they were training? Commander-in-Chief Xia was not like other parents who were reluctant to let their only son suffer hardships, for fear that one day he would receive a document saying that he had sacrificed himself. Chapter 7:17. After coming out of the comprehensive training ground, Commander-in-Chief Xia said to Xia Jinyuan, "Joining the army was your own choice. Study hard, and when you're done, come back and tell me how outstanding you are. No matter what you do, even if it's chasing a girlfriend, you have to be alive to do it. If you're not alive, then don't waste the good girl's time. Let her cry for you for nothing." When he said this, no one else could hear him. As a father, he was telling his son to give it his all in any training, because it was the only hope that he could come back alive. Don't destroy that hope with your own hands. After participating for 2 hours, Yiqian also waited for 2 hours. The students from the 2 schools were already sitting on the bus arranged by the school, and the bus rocked all the way back to school. Instructor Huang, who was sitting next to her, sent all the students of grade 2 class 1 onto the bus. He said to Yiqian, "You students cry so easily. We don't know how to comfort you." During the military training, they resented the instructor for being too strict. When the military training ended, they suddenly couldn't bear to leave. Not only did the girls cry, but even the boys' eyes turned red and a few drops of tears fell. The instructors didn't feel anything when they cried during the training, but when they suddenly cried, they didn't know what to do. Yiqian even saw a girl from class 3 suddenly rush up and hug her instructor while crying. At that time, she really saw the instructor's face turn as red as a cooked shrimp. He didn't even know where to put his hands and feet. After this scene, the other instructors immediately took action, afraid that a girl from their class would rush up and hug them too. Although they were all tough during the training, when they took off their military uniforms, they were just a group of young men in their 20s. There was embarrassment and shyness in them. Yi Qian, who was walking in the middle of more than 10 instructors, was already laughing. He said to Instructor Huang, "Aren't they a group of cute students? Crying means that they can't bear to leave. Although it's only 7 days of military training, it's an unforgettable experience for us students. At the same time, it will also affect their future choices. The boys in our class really have an agreement. If they don't get into university, they'll join the army." In 1997, there were still very few high school students joining the military. However, ever since the military training in high schools and colleges started, the number of high school and college students joining the military increased. Why did they start military training in schools? One of the goals was to improve the education of the entire military. The instructor of Class 3 was still wiping his sweat. Hearing this, he said with lingering fear, "I didn't see that girl cry during the military training. Just now when she suddenly rushed up, it really scared me. Fortunately, the 2 boys beside me helped to pull her away. Otherwise, I don't know what to say." This was actually a rather sad question. The young warriors faced a group of students, adding a touch of color to the dull life of the military camp. When this color gradually faded into memories, they were also reluctant to part with the students they had trained. The guy in our class called Zhang Bin is pretty good. He was a sports student and was very good at basketball. I found out that his father was a police officer. He also said that if he didn't get into university, he would sign up for the military. There are a few students in our class who are good at playing the harmonica. Another one plays the piano. He said that he has been playing for 10 years. Now, his major is level 11 or 12. Chapter 7:18. At the mention of their own students, the instructors who went to the cafeteria together had a topic to talk about. The students these days are all very good. How can we compare to them? That night when I was on night patrol, 2 boys were solving a math problem in the toilet. I listened for a long time outside, but I didn't know what they were talking about. There's another student in our class who's really good at English. He even sings English songs. Although we're their instructors, we're not as good as them in this aspect. Every class gave the instructors a deep memory. The students had already left, so they would never know that the instructors, who were called Black King Kong and Black Iron Mask, also had a soft heart under their camouflage uniforms. Unbeknownst to the instructors, they would reminisce about the students that they had taught. There was a slight smile at the corners of their mouths, and their eyes were still bright and sharp. This was a side of them that the students couldn't see. Yi Qian, on the other hand, was able to get close to them. She could really get close to their lives and see the other side of the instructors. She knew that they were also sad about parting. They were all soldiers who were about to retire at the end of the year. When winter came and the first snow fell, it was time for them to take off their uniforms and leave the military camp. At that time, no matter where they went, they would still remember the existence of the students. It was also a good thing to keep the good in their memories and spend the rest of their lives reminiscing about it. They didn't ask Yi Qian why she didn't leave. They naturally walked over to her and chatted with her. They were like comrades who had been together for a long time. They were so familiar that they could talk and laugh. The 2 principals of Provincial No. 1 Middle School and No. 16 Middle School hadn't left yet. They needed to make some final arrangements before they could leave. Yi Qian, who had left with the instructors, was wondering if she should go and see Principal Chow first. Then she saw the guard who had told her that the commander-in-chief wanted to talk to her. When they saw this guard, the instructors realized that Yi Qian, who had been talking and laughing with them all the way, was also leaving the military. A few deep sighs were heard. Instructor Huang gently patted Yi Qian's shoulder. "I'm afraid we won't have a chance to meet again in the future. We'll go to the provincial capital to look for you after the break." Instructors and students were not allowed to communicate privately, but Yi Qian was different. The instructors always felt that this girl was actually a soldier. Yi Qian naturally welcomed them, but he pursed his lips and sighed. "I don't have any holidays until the end of December. I won't be in school from Monday to Thursday after class, and I won't be in school from Friday to Sunday. I'm afraid that you won't be able to find me when you come looking for me. Then we'll talk about it when the time comes. It's actually against the rules for us to look for you in private." Instructor Huang chuckled. Yi Qian's arrangements were even better than theirs. If they had the chance to meet again, after giving a military salute to all the instructors, Yi Qian turned around and looked at the guards beside Commander-in-Chief Xia. Then his heart began to beat like a drum. Commander-in-Chief Xia, who didn't even have time for lunch, had already seen the girl walking over with his guards. He said to Xia Jinyuan, "I'll be talking to her later. Listen to me from the side and don't interrupt." Since they were all in the car, Xia Jinyuan didn't have to worry about others overhearing. He smiled and said, "Dad, that won't do. I can already see the bad intentions on your face. When it's time to speak, I'll definitely speak. You can't stop me." Chapter 719. Commander-in-Chief Xia looked at his son, who had squeezed into the car and refused to leave. Fortunately, he was able to keep his composure. Otherwise, he would have been angered by his son to the point of vomiting blood and directly ascending to the sky. Now he could not hit or scold him. He could only lecture and criticize him. Commander-in-Chief Xia's face darkened, and his voice was extremely tense. "If I keep this face, don't you think I'll scare your sweetheart away?" What he meant was, "If you make me angry again, I won't cooperate with you the entire time." Xia Jinyuan laughed even louder. He lazily leaned over from the passenger seat and was not threatened at all. His expression did not change as he said, "I haven't even won her heart yet. Why are you scaring her? Also, this girl is not an ordinary girl. It's okay if she's really scared by you. I'll apologize to her later and make her happy." He was not afraid at all and did not show any emotion. Hearing Commander-in-Chief Xia's words, he felt his heart ache again. "You, how did I give birth to such a hothead like you? You haven't won her heart yet, and you still have the nerve to talk about her in front of me. You like a high school student. Fine, I won't stop you, but you have to restrain yourself." Xia Jinyuan was born to be his nemesis. He could subdue anyone, but when it came to his son, he had never succeeded. Outsiders said that he, Xia Xinhui, had raised a good son, but in fact his good son suddenly changed for the better. It was not because he was good at teaching him, but because he suddenly came to his senses and changed for the better overnight. Even now, Commander-in-Chief Xia still remembered the scene at that time. After returning from the military exercise in the Helan Mountains, he fell into a deep sleep on his bed. Suddenly he felt that someone was standing by his bed, staring straight at him. At that time, his reaction was to directly pull out the MP-20 pistol for self-defense from under his pillow and even pull the safety. He only needed 3 seconds to shoot directly. The gun barrel was pointed directly at his forehead. Even he was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. However, his son was completely fine. He opened his mouth and said, "Dad, hire a tutor for me. I plan to try to enter the military academy." At that moment, he almost thought that it was the Bodhisattva who had finally enlightened his son, whom everyone secretly thought was a good-for-nothing. He's sensible now. He was so frightened that he dropped the gun in his hand. "There's no point in playing anymore. Hire a few tutors for me. Hire tutors for all the classes. Time is a little tight. It's best if everyone is here tomorrow so that I can study early." He picked up the pistol that had fallen on the floor. At that time, the young master of family Xia, who was 4 months away from turning 14, had grown up overnight and used less than half a year to learn. His learning speed was so fast that it made everyone's jaws drop. Then, at the age of 14, he was selected by his school to participate in the World Olympiad, held in the United Kingdom. This was also why Xia Jinyuan had a meaningful smile on his face when he found out that Yi Qian was going to participate in the World Olympiad. After that, the young master of family Xia sang songs of victory all the way to the military academy as if God had helped him. This became another major news in the courtyard at that time. After so many years, the young master of the Xia family had always been dutiful. He entered the military academy and joined the army. After leaving the army, he was promoted. It was as if the rascal of his youth had never appeared. Even Commander-in-Chief Xia had almost forgotten how foolish his son was back then. Chapter 720. Commander-in-Chief Xia looked at his son, who was smiling with a set of white teeth. His eyes were as cold as those of a beast. He knew that his son had always been a fool, but now that he was older, his foolishness had deepened. He liked a high school student and even threatened to marry her as his wife. This was foolishness. "Dad, you're so nervous because you're going to see your daughter-in-law that you can't speak, right? How could you give birth to me? You're a man, you can't give birth to me. Xia Jinyuan said as he straightened his clothes and put his hand on the door lock. Before getting out of the car, he added with a smile, you don't have to give face to others, but you have to give face to me. It's not easy for a young girl, especially for a fool like me. Try to look as kind as possible with that dignified expression of yours. It's best if you can smile a little. Of course, you have to act natural. Don't let my sweetheart see that you're at odds with me. You're already so old, but you're still the highest-ranking general of the 3 armies. Why do you make me worry so much? I'll pick her up first. Dad, take the time to adjust your facial expression. You only have one daughter-in-law. Don't scare her away. Otherwise, your son will never have the chance to file a marriage application and enter the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a marriage certificate. Commander-in-Chief Xia was completely expressionless. No one had the guts to talk to him like this except for his son. He waved his hand and said disdainfully, okay, get out of the car. If I didn't say that I wanted to talk to her, I would have asked the guards to drive away right now. Fool, how can you talk to your father like this? Look, you're angry again. I'm a fool, so I have to marry a wife who's not a fool. I can't teach my son a lesson, but my wife can definitely teach him a lesson. Shouldn't you be thankful that I'm marrying a wife who can subdue me? Besides, I'm the only one who's showing filial piety to you now. When I marry her, it'll be 2 people showing filial piety to you. It's a good deal for you. He pushed the door open and got out of the car. After closing the door, he bent down slightly and looked at the rearview mirror of the car to adjust his clothes again. After confirming that he was meticulous, he walked elegantly towards his sweetheart. In the car, the bodyguard who had been following Commander-in-Chief Xia for 5 years said with a smile, Commander-in-Chief Xia, I think young master is doing very well now. You were worried that young master wouldn't get close to women, but now you don't have to worry. He has found a good daughter-in-law for you. At the mention of this daughter-in-law, Commander-in-Chief Xia felt a headache coming on. You heard it too. He found a high school student. Isn't that stupid? Finding a university student would be good too. Why did they have to find a high school student? She's not even an adult yet. It's still all right. Young master isn't even 23 yet. I've also looked at the other party's information. He's only 17 years old. There's a 6-year difference in age. The bodyguard was a bystander. He analyzed for Commander-in-Chief Xia, who was worried that his son had found an underage girl to be his girlfriend. Young master will have to make achievements in the army in the future, and that girl will also have to develop her career in the army. There's a 6-year difference. When young master's sweetheart climbs a little higher, young master will be at the peak of his career in the army. The 2 of them can also work together and become a husband and wife team. Just like old master and old madam. They'll become a legend in the army. Master Xia and old madam also had a 6-year age difference. Chapter 721. Commander-in-Chief Xia understood what his bodyguard was trying to tell him. He was trying to remind him that even though there was a huge difference between them now, it would be a good thing in the future. A man in his 40s was at the peak of his career, and his wife was also at the right age. They were a strong combination, so there wouldn't be any problems in their relationship. It's good, but I'm afraid that young people will break up because they're young and impetuous. Let's wait and see. Commander-in-Chief Xia sighed after thinking for a while. He turned his head and saw his son with his head lowered. He didn't know what his son was saying to the girl, but his son's expression was so gentle that he couldn't help but be stunned. His son's expression was something he had never seen before. I'm scared when you're in the car, but I feel more at ease when you're not. Yi Qian wanted to distance herself from the dangerous man who had specially come to pick her up, but the more she did so, the more he clung to her. Commander-in-Chief Xia was still in the car, so couldn't he restrain himself a little? If Commander-in-Chief Xia wasn't in the car, she would have run as far away as possible. How could Xia Jinyuan let her stay away from him? In order to tie his wife back to the family Xia, he had to start preparing now and do it well. His thin lips curved into a beautiful and casual smile. I'll be in the car. If you need anything, you can ask me for help. For example, if Commander-in-Chief Xia asks, young lady, how did my son get to know you? I can answer for you. This bomb really scared Yi Qian out of her wits. She resisted the urge to run in the opposite direction of the car, and resisted the urge to punch him in the face. Yi Qian said word by word. Are you trying to tell me that you told Commander-in-Chief Xia? Of course I have to tell you. My identity can't be exposed to the public at your place. If I can't be exposed to the public at home, how insecure would I be? Xia Jinyuan calmly retracted his right hand from behind her slender waist. He thought that she would be so frightened that she would trip and he could take the opportunity to protect her. Unexpectedly, she walked steadily and was not frightened at all. Yi Qian did not see his movements, but the guards walking behind him saw them clearly. They had been by Commander-in-Chief Xia's side for 5 years, so they more or less had some understanding of the Commander-in-Chief's son. When they saw him, they very calmly looked away and did not look. It was said that when the son of the commander's family was 11 or 12 years old, as long as the soldiers in the compound ran into him, they could not escape the fate of being tortured. The guards were undoubtedly lucky, because when they came over, the son of the commander had already turned over a new leaf. Yi Qian felt like he didn't even have the strength to walk. If you know that it can't be exposed, then why did you say it out loud? Also, when did I tell you that your identity cannot be revealed to the public? Didn't you say that you were going to school to look for me, so you came to school to look for me? You still came to look for me during military training. Is this what you call being a secret? Of course I can be exposed to the public now. If I become the person who held your hand, then I definitely can't be exposed to the public. The aggressive Xia Jinyuan was quite fierce. He was good at fighting on the battlefield, but he had never been in a relationship or pursued a woman. However, the military handbook taught him that he had to be aggressive and resolute. The little fox he had set his eyes on was too cunning. He could not afford to be slow at all. If he was even a little slower, well, someone had beaten him to giving her a love letter. Chapter 722. Yi Qian took a deep breath and tried to suppress the boiling blood in her chest. The more chaotic it was, the calmer she looked. She gritted her teeth and said calmly, I will beat you to the ground before you can hold my hand. Also, Captain Xia, I want to beat you up right now. That's right. Yi Qian slowed down and walked calmly with her head held high. In fact, she wanted to beat this man up. Seeing him walk casually and elegantly without any psychological burden, Yi Qian kept her expression unchanged. She gritted her teeth and said, If I get shot by Commander-in-Chief Xia, Captain Xia, I will definitely drag you down with me. Her words made Major Xia laugh. Let's not sacrifice ourselves for love. Life is only tens of thousands of days, and we don't have much time to enjoy it. Why should we sacrifice ourselves for love? Don't worry, Commander-in-Chief Xia is only happy. He is not angry at all. Also, if you want to beat me up, you are welcome to do so as long as you can beat me. Once Major Xia made a move, he was mighty and powerful. His attacks were elite and unstoppable. His movements were so fast that Yi Qian did not have time to regret it. Of course, if she really regretted it, he would continue to fight hard and bravely to take down the home base. The car was right in front of her. Yi Qian, who had survived a near-death experience, was a little nervous. She had said that nothing good would come out of having Xia Jinyuan around. She felt more at ease without him around. Previously, during the military training, she thought that he would not be stupid enough to tell others about her private affairs. But in the end he really did. She had the urge to beat Xia Jinyuan up, but she had no choice but to suppress it. She walked nervously to the car. As the guard behind her opened the car door, Yi Qian saw the figure sitting in the car. She immediately turned her head to look at Xia Jinyuan, who was about to open the front passenger seat door. Her starry eyes widened as she asked him with her gaze, You want me to sit behind the Commander-in-Chief? My dad has always been close to the people. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Xia Jinyuan, who understood her gaze, smiled gently and said softly, My dad admires you very much and is very happy that I brought you back. Asking him meant that something had happened. She was asking him with her gaze and he actually answered. Yi Qian glared at him again. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. She said politely, Hello, Commander-in-Chief. I am Yi Qian from Year 1 High School Grade 1 reporting. Chief Commander Xia, who was sitting in the car, leaned over and said with a smile, Come here first. He is right, you don't have to be afraid. This brat had given him a checkmate the moment he came up. First courtesy, then force, as if he was afraid that he would scare the little girl. Who would have thought that such a muddle-headed person would actually be so protective of others? Commander-in-Chief Xia, who was both angry and amused, waited for Yi Jian to get into the car. He specially ordered the guard driving the car to turn up the air conditioner and said to Yi Jian, "Don't stand on ceremony. We just want to talk about the military training and understand the students' thoughts." Putting aside private matters for the time being, it was still unknown whether their relationship would work out or not. It wouldn't be too late to talk about it when there was some progress. When Yi Jian heard that they were going to talk about military training, he felt as if a huge rock had been lifted from his heart. He heaved a long sigh of relief. Although Commander-in-Chief Xia said that they weren't going to talk about private matters, he still wanted to test Yi Jian. He instructed Yi Jian to be more casual while he asked casually and kindly, "You must have had a hard time training for 2 days. I even heard that many students said that they had been under the sun for 7 days and had become African gigolos." Chapter 723. At this point, Commander-in-Chief Xia laughed out loud. These kids even called him an African gigolo. Although the analogy was funny, it was also appropriate. Ever since Yi Jian called him an African gigolo, even number 16 high school had begun to tease him. Yi Jian did not expect the commander-in-chief to know about this. She pursed her lips and replied with an embarrassed smile. It just so happened that it was the hottest days of the summer. Some of the students got sunburned, but even so, none of our students backed down. They all persevered. Xia Jinyuan, who was sitting in the front, glanced back from time to time through the rearview mirror in the center of the car. He saw that although Yi Jian was a little nervous, there was no fear in her eyes. The smile on his handsome face deepened and he interjected. When I went for military training, it was summer. It lasted for an entire month. When I went home, Commander-in-Chief Xia even suspected that I didn't go. He didn't get tanned. The students who went with him all got tanned by a few degrees. He was the only one who was still fair and clean except for the redness around his neck. As if they were talking about family matters, the atmosphere in the car became relaxed and cheerful with the laughter of Commander-in-Chief Xia. Even so, Yi Jian still tensed up. The more it was like this, the more she could not relax. Commander-in-Chief Xia, who was able to reach his current position, would not just be chatting with her. Her intuition told her that there was a big move waiting for her. Sure enough, Commander-in-Chief Xia brought up Yi Jian and said with a smile, "This military training is the first military training for middle school students in Nan Province, but it can't be said to be the first. There have been cases before. Do you know when the military training for middle school students in China started? Have you done any research on it?" As long as they were talking about serious matters, Yi Jian did not feel guilty at all. Moreover, she had been prepared to answer all the questions. Xia Jinyuan, who was sitting in the front, frowned. The history of military training for middle school students in China. This was a bit of a long story. Little Fox probably could not answer if she did not know about it. He was about to say a few words when he heard Yi Jian's gentle and serious voice. In July of 1955, the first military service law was enacted. It was the first time that military training for middle school and high school students was legally required. In the winter of the same year, the military training was first conducted by Beijing High School. However, due to the turmoil of 1970, the military training was interrupted. After the third plenary session of the 11th CPC Central Committee, the political and economic situation of our country has been very good since the founding of the country. The time to carry out military training for students is becoming more and more ripe. In 1981, the 11th document was issued, and military training was included in the teaching plan. Some schools resumed military training. In 1984, the second plenary session of the 6th National People's Congress passed and issued a new military service law. Military training for middle school and high school students was included in a separate chapter. Since then, the number of military training pilot schools has been continuously expanded. Last year, we expanded the number of military training pilot schools to 157. The universities in Nan Province already had military training pilot schools in 1988, but this was the first time it was done for middle school students. From this, we can see the importance that the country places on military training for middle school students. From the arrangement of this military training, We can see that the country has invested a lot in military training. Yi Qian was used to speaking with data. This way it was more persuasive and organized. For a soldier, using data to speak was the most rigorous thing to do. Our country's military training started late. In other countries, regardless of whether they are in a peaceful environment or in a war-torn country, they all place great importance on military training for middle school students. Chapter 724. Yi Qian's experience in her previous life had long nurtured her to be calm and collected. She was also used to speaking at a steady pace and in an orderly manner. In this life, she had gotten rid of the experience in her previous life, so her gentle voice had a little more free-spirited. Her entire person was like a solo performance. Her voice was like pearls and jade, and every word was so pleasing to the ear that even the boring data and words became pleasant to the ear. Commander-in-Chief Xia originally just wanted to see if she understood their country's military training. Who would have thought that the little girl would have such a deep understanding of it? Not only could she answer the question, but she could also clearly explain the history and process of the military training. It was already very good for a student to know so clearly. Even if a university student asked him to talk about the history of our country's military training, he might not necessarily know. Xia Jinyuan, who was sitting in front, was also surprised. He didn't know that Yi Qian actually knew so much. He was originally worried, but now he was relieved. After she finished speaking, he raised his eyebrows at Commander-in-Chief Xia with a hint of provocation. Commander-in-Chief Xia, who had listened attentively and had a slight smile on his face, was about to give his son a look that said, "At least you have some foresight." However, when he saw the provocative look, he immediately looked away and asked Yi Qian with a smile, "As a student, what do you think? Or rather, do you understand why military training is carried out among middle school students?" She spoke at a steady pace. Although her voice was pleasant to the ear, if one listened carefully, they could hear a hint of sharpness. Countries like Russia, the United States, and the United Kingdom not only set up a sound organization, but also developed supporting teaching materials and teaching outlines. It can be said that student military training has become an important measure for countries around the world to strengthen their national defense. Middle school students are at the stage where they can easily accept all kinds of things. Whether it is good or bad, as long as they are interested in it, they won't care about whether it is good or bad. The existence of military training can not only cultivate students' national defense awareness, but also point out the correct path for students in their adolescence. Receiving military theory education at the right time is helpful in strengthening our own ideology. Similarly, during the military training period, apart from understanding our country's national defense, military strength, and military general knowledge, we can also learn some basic military knowledge and military skills, thereby increasing our national defense awareness and national security awareness. In short, military training is beneficial and not harmful. It will allow us to see further, and it will give us a sense of responsibility and mission. Yi Qian had spent the past few years in the military, and under the influence of what she had seen and heard, she understood the military forces of our country better than any other student. As she continued to improve herself, she also broadened her mind. Take Ying, for example. In her world, her stage was ridiculously small. On the other hand, Yi Qian's stage was so big that she could turn the entire world into her stage. From her mission after mission to accompanying the country's leaders on a secret trip abroad, it was clear that Yi Qian's stage had long surpassed the stages of her peers. Then all that she saw and learned was that she was at the forefront, making it difficult for her peers to surpass her. The gap between her peers and herself could be seen from the way she spoke. Commander-in-Chief Xia could clearly feel that this little girl was different from the rest. She could speak, but she could also think. She could think of things that her peers could not think of. This was what made her different. Chapter 725. I didn't expect you to have such high standards. This really surprises me. Commander-in-Chief Xia even had a smile in his eyes. The little girl had some real skills and had some ink in her heart. Then, he didn't have to worry that his son actually came for the little girl's appearance and found a good-looking embroidered pillow for the Xia family. The car was very bumpy along the way, but Yi Qian had the ability to stabilize herself. No matter how bumpy the car was, she didn't let her body sway too much. Her back was straight, her hands were naturally on her knees, and she maintained the standard sitting posture of a soldier. When she heard this, she lowered her head slightly and revealed a restrained smile. You flatter me. I only know a little more because I have 2 elders by my side to guide me. Compared to Captain Xia, I still have a lot to learn. There was no falsehood in her words. Compared to Xia Jinyuan's comprehensive ability, Yi Qian had always felt that she had many shortcomings. No. You're much better than he was back then. In family Xia, he was a mischievous rascal who made the adults want to strangle him. He told me everything that happened between the 2 of you. What do you think of this matter? As expected of the commander. Even when he changed the topic, he changed it smoothly and without any awkwardness. Yi Qian blinked gently. In her heart, she was already scolding herself for bringing up a sore spot. Why did she bring up Xia Jinyuan all of a sudden? Mentioning him would cause trouble. Look, it's not happening anymore. After deliberating for a while, Yi Qian maintained a serious expression and replied, Reporting to Chief, I'm temporarily adopting evasive tactics. I don't care, don't agree and don't refuse. I'm still young and inconvenient. End of report. When she said this, Commander-in-Chief Xia, who was leaning casually, straightened his back. The guard driving the car also straightened his back. Xia Jinyuan, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, also straightened his back. What a serious answer. It was as if he was reporting a mission in the office. Commander-in-Chief Xia's expression became serious. In an instant he didn't look as kind as before. Instead, he looked cold and dignified as the highest-ranking general of the 3 armies. Oh? Since you don't care, why don't you just refuse? Because other than me, no one else is suitable for her. Xia Jinyuan looked as if he had been prepared for this. He replied calmly, She's young, so she didn't say yes or no. As for her not rejecting me, that's simple. She still has some feelings for me. Fortunately, she said, I won't refuse. Otherwise, Commander-in-Chief Xia would have immediately clapped his hands and said, Good, you're ambitious. That's what you should do. Commander-in-Chief Xia's sharp gaze swept back and forth between the 2 of them. In the end, he focused his question on Yi Qian. His voice was low and full of deterrence. You're indeed young. I also don't approve of the 2 of you being together. Little Fox, my dad doesn't approve of us being together right now. That's what we think too. Major Xia, who was filling in on both sides, didn't feel tired at all. He said excitedly, You don't have to worry about opposition. Since I'm going to be your boyfriend, I'll naturally protect you no matter what. Xia Jinyuan, who was being attacked from both sides, was always able to turn words that were obviously unfavorable to him into words that were beneficial to him. His IQ was indeed very high. Yi Qian's mouth twitched. He didn't want to say anything more about his success. He calmly replied to Commander-in-Chief Xia, Your objection is correct. I'm just a high school student now. First of all, I can't fall in love. I've already made this very clear to Major Xia. Chapter 726. As soon as she said the first point, Major Xia, who was sitting in the front seat, could not sit still any longer. He sat sideways and looked at Yi Jian with a deep gaze. His thin lips were slightly curved, but they were soon pressed tightly together. He was worried that Yi Qian would give up on being with him because of his father. If there was a first, there would be a second, a third, a fourth, a fifth. He wanted to hear what she had to say. After all, the little fox had said something that made his heart burst with joy. She admitted that she had feelings for him. As long as she had feelings for him, he would try his best to turn the feelings into love. Commander-in-Chief Xia's interest was piqued. This little girl was really interesting. He was sitting here, and with his status, any girl with a little bit of ulterior motives would have climbed up his pole. She could even explain to him why she rejected his son. She was quite a hot-blooded little girl. As the father, he naturally knew his son's character. He had not moved for so many years. From high school to university until now, he had started working. Sometimes even his old comrades would joke about whether or not he should get married. It was not that he had never seen an old comrade bring his daughter home for a look, but the result was naturally nothing. After the old comrade left with his daughter, he even said that he had no goals, no dreams, no common topics. His high standards made old Master Xia and old Madam Xia worried. They always thought that it would be good for him to be in a relationship, but as they waited, They waited for such a huge bomb to fall in love with an underage girl. Only a rascal would do such a shameful thing. Falling in love with an underage girl was enough to shock him, but the performance of this underage girl in front of him also shocked him. Her words and actions revealed a restrained maturity, and the military aura on her was tinged with bloodthirst. It seemed like she had participated in a major operation in the past few days when she went overseas with the higher-ups. Moreover, her hands were probably stained with the enemy's blood. Yi Qian did not pay any attention to the thoughts of family Xia and his father. Instead, she answered seriously, "Secondly, Major Xia and I are too different. If we really can become a couple, I hope that we can be each other's most trusted comrades on the battlefield. We can be lovers who can fight side by side. From the looks of it, I'm still lacking. After all, I'm still a high school student." Hearing this, Commander-in-Chief Xia nodded and fully agreed with Yi Qian's words. He smiled and said, "That's true. A pair of like-minded people who can walk side by side with each other will be able to live together forever." He and his ex-wife lacked a kindred spirit. Back then, when his ex-wife wanted a divorce, he agreed without hesitation. But now, while Yi Qian was panting slightly, Commander-in-Chief Xia put away his serious expression and said with a smile, "If you two really become a couple, you don't have to worry about me." Yi Qian did not know how to respond. Xia Jinyuan, who was sitting in the front row, finally showed the benefits of having his company. He smiled and said, "My mom and dad divorced when I was 3 years old. My dad thought it was good to be single. He didn't have to be urged to go home every day. He's still single now. I've thought about finding a partner for him, but he rejected me." It was such a personal question, especially one regarding Commander-in-Chief Xia. Could she pretend not to hear it? Chapter 727. Feeling uneasy, Yi Qian secretly gave Xia Jinyuan a look, hinting for him to stop talking. She was too embarrassed to continue listening. "Dad, don't tell my future wife about your trivial matters. She'll be too embarrassed to hear it. Let's talk about me and her first. I've already said 2 things, but I'm sure there's more to it. Please don't disturb her." Faced with the thick-skinned Major Xia, who had even said future daughter-in-law, Yi Qian's desire to argue with him grew stronger and stronger. She glanced at Major Xia without batting an eyelid. Major Xia's handsome face tensed up, and he hurriedly replied, "Sorry, I accidentally blurted out what I was thinking. It was purely an accident." She had not gotten used to Major Xia's antics, but Commander-in-Chief Xia was already used to it. He was secretly shocked when he saw his son, who had given him a headache, immediately apologize and make amends with just one look from Yi Jian. Making him apologize, that was really harder than killing him. Even if she couldn't control him as a father, she could as a daughter-in-law. It was a good idea to make him stop doing such despicable things. Commander-in-Chief Xia smiled and said kindly to Yi Qian, "Is there anything else you haven't said? Still early, you can take your time. Although you're young, in my opinion, you're a mature young lady. I don't object to the relationship between the two of you, but I hope you can be more careful. After all, your current status is a little special." Yi Qian didn't want to drag this matter any longer. Since Commander-in-Chief Xia already knew, there was no need for her to hide anymore. She said, "You're right. It's precisely because our status is a little special that we need to be more careful. Major Xia is an active soldier. Although military law doesn't prohibit active soldiers from dating, I'm still a minor. If there are any rumors about me, Major Xia will be at a disadvantage, not me. For the sake of Major Xia's future, I can't agree to it. This is the 3rd one. 4th, I'm not in the mood to fall in love myself. I'm still working hard for my own goals. I can't deny that I have a good impression of Major Xia. After all, he's a very outstanding soldier, so I won't reject him. One day, when I become someone who can stand beside Major Xia and pass through the smoke and flames of war with him, I will definitely agree without hesitation if Major Xia's feelings for me remain unchanged. Even if you continue to stop me, I won't let go of his hand." The person in front of her was Commander-in-Chief Xia, the Commander-in-Chief of the entire military. He was the Commander-in-Chief who could shake the entire military world with a stomp of his feet. She had to tell him the truth and not leave him with a bad impression. Yi Jian, who was as clear as a mirror, knew that things had come to this point. regardless of whether she could become Xia Jinyuan's girlfriend in the future. If she did not make a clear statement now, she was afraid that it would be difficult to maintain their relationship as ordinary friends. It was because Commander Xia didn't want his son to be friends with an indecisive person who couldn't even express his attitude. He didn't want his son to be friends with someone who couldn't even express his attitude. He didn't want to indirectly affect Xia Jinyuan's way of dealing with people. After she finished speaking, there was silence in the car for at least a minute. Xia Jinyuan knew that little fox didn't agree because she didn't want to ruin his future. In this minute he was bursting with joy. The expression on his handsome face under his military cap was particularly unrestrained with his bright smile. Chapter 728. He finally got a response. He didn't have to worry about other men taking advantage of the situation. Commander-in-Chief Xia was shocked that a student had such deep considerations and was relieved. However, when he heard his son laughing so happily, he couldn't bear to listen to it anymore. The 4 points you mentioned are very correct and comprehensive. I'm very relieved. Xia Jinyuan has been a troublemaker since he was young. The more you ignore him, the more he'll bother you. If you bother him in return, he'll be afraid. He's 6 years older than you and has some tricks up his sleeve. You should be more careful and not let him do as he pleases. The best way to deal with someone who wants a yard after taking an inch is to keep him in place from the start. That way he won't try to take advantage of you. It was rare to see a father like Commander-in-Chief Xia who would undermine his son. Other people were afraid that their son would be taken advantage of. However, when it came to the Commander-in-Chief, he was afraid that his son wouldn't be taken advantage of, and that he would develop an arrogant personality. Therefore, he was very serious about giving Yi Qian advice on how to subdue Xia Jinyuan. Yi Qian was dumbfounded. Why did it feel like she was the Commander-in-Chief's daughter and Major Xia was his son-in-law? He can't come back often from the army and won't bother you all the time. If you're afraid that he'll bother you during the holidays, you can stay in school. He can't do anything to you. Young lady, you have to remember that the harder it is to get something, the more precious it is. You're still young. When you become more successful in the future, you'll have a wider range of considerations. Don't jump to conclusions too early. You have to shop around for everything. Shop around? Commander-in-Chief Xia, do you think your son is a commodity? And he's not even a good commodity. Yi Qian was so shocked by Commander-in-Chief Xia's words that he couldn't keep a straight face. He quickly glanced at Xia Jinyuan in front of him and saw that the man who always had a smile on his face as long as he wasn't on the battlefield was expressionlessly looking at Commander-in-Chief Xia, who was giving him advice. Yi Qian bit her lip. What should she do? She really wanted to laugh. He originally thought that he would be criticized and educated by Commander-in-Chief Xia and be banned from interacting with Xia Jinyuan, but in the end there was a huge reversal. The Commander-in-Chief did not object, but he had to be careful. Not only did he not object, he even told himself to be on guard and not let his son win her heart. He was tricking his own son, and he was tricking him right in front of his face. Commander-in-Chief Xia, who was standing on the reviewing platform, was clearly so imposing that all the military leaders around him didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Why did he suddenly change? He didn't have the air of a commander at all, and he was very amiable to her. Could it be that all the higher-ups were like this? The higher the rank, the more dignified one would be, but wasn't that the case all the time? Dad, if my wife runs away, you'll have to wait for the family Xia to produce a second bachelor. Xia Jinyuan knew that he would be tricked by his father, but he didn't expect that he would be tricked to the extent of telling Little Fox and even having to shop around. Commander-in-Chief Xia raised his eyes slightly and said calmly, I think Little Yi is not bad, but I'm just giving you some advice. If you don't like it, you can ignore it. However, I still have to say that the military has always cherished talents. As for you wanting to be the second bachelor in the family Xia, I don't have any objections. You're not the only man in the family Xia. Little Yi, I think you're not bad. I can introduce you to your cousins. Yi Qian. What should she do? She wanted to jump out of the car. Chapter 729. Yi Qian, who wanted to jump out of the car, wanted to reduce his presence first. Having lived 2 lives, he was quite knowledgeable. In his previous life, most of the news he had seen were about sons cheating their fathers, but he had never seen a father cheating his son. This life had just begun, but it had already broadened her horizons. She wanted to jump out of the car, but she also wanted to laugh. It was really difficult for her to hold it in. Xia Jinyuan, who had been cheated, did not feel anything other than his face turning a little cold. When he heard that Commander-in-Chief Xia wanted to introduce Yi Qian to his cousins, he smiled coldly and said, "After shopping around, my family is still the best. You'd better worry less about family matters and more about national affairs." He then said to Yi Qian, who was also having a hard time holding it in, "Commander-in-Chief Xia is not very good at dealing with family matters in private. In the future, Commander-in-Chief Xia will be busy and won't have time to deal with our matters." Yi Qian did not say anything. He just smiled at Xia Jinyuan, revealing his pearly white teeth. There was a hint of slyness in his smile, and then he answered Commander-in-Chief Xia seriously, "You are right. In the future, I will try my best to avoid Captain Xia so that even if he has time, he won't be able to find me easily. Although I have a good impression of Captain Xia, now is not the time for me to date Captain Xia. Also, please remind me that the harder it is to get something, the more precious it is. If I agree to Captain Xia now, once the novelty of Captain Xia wears off and he loses his popularity, I will only end up being abandoned. I will definitely remember your instructions. I will definitely ask Captain Xia to wait a little longer. When I am successful and have a wider range of considerations, I will have the capital to choose. When that time comes, you will be more assured when I am with Captain Xia." Commander-in-Chief Xia could say things like shopping around, but Yi Qian knew that she could not say it herself. That being said, who would want their son to be treated like a commodity and compared to a girl? Moreover, Commander-in-Chief Xia's words were a reminder to her that no matter how proactive his son was as a girl, she still had to be more reserved. She was still young, so she should prioritize her studies and not think about other things for the time being. He also vaguely mentioned that Xia Jinyuan was used to tormenting people. He might be tormenting you now, but it didn't mean that he would continue tormenting you in the future. If one day she really became Xia Jinyuan's girlfriend, he still hoped that his son's girlfriend would also be successful. Commander-in-Chief Xia had put in a lot of effort to deal with his son. He didn't want to strain the relationship between father and son, so he had such a humorous conversation. It wouldn't make his son feel uncomfortable, and it wouldn't make the girl his son liked feel uncomfortable. Xia Jinyuan understood, and so did Yi Qian. When Commander-in-Chief Xia heard the words of the little girl in front of him, there was a real smile in his eyes. She was indeed a very smart girl. She wasn't just smart in small matters, but smart in a way that was full of spirit. Commander-in-Chief Xia looked at the little girl who still maintained the standard sitting posture of a soldier as she got into the car. He joked again. "I'm really relieved that you understand. However, if you have any difficulties, you can still ask him to solve them. Don't be afraid of troubling him. Since he wants to marry a good wife, how can he not put in some effort and put in some effort in the early stages? Don't spoil him. When it's time for a man to appear, he should appear. When it's time to order him around, he should order him around. Otherwise, how can he call himself your future boyfriend? Don't you think so?" Chapter 730. Of course, he was referring to Yi Qian. Yi Qian, who was called out, steadied the smile that was about to overflow from the corners of his mouth. He shifted his gaze away from Xia Jinyuan's handsome face that was full of helplessness, and continued to answer the commander who was merciless when it came to trapping his son. "You're right. I'm sure Captain Xia will keep that in mind. She had to order him around when it was time to do so. Who was she to order the son of the commander around? It was better for her to play her part and follow the rules." Uncle Chun and Grandpa Jen had said that it was better to rely on oneself than on others. She still believed that she could rely on herself at all times. "Little fox, I will definitely remember this in my heart, and always remind myself that your business is my business." It was Commander-in-Chief Xia who told me how to behave as a boyfriend. Xia Jinyuan could tell that his father had been observing Little Fox. He wouldn't stop him from finding a girlfriend, but there was one thing that he had to agree on, and that was her character. Now that he had said this, he knew that Commander-in-Chief Xia had absolute confidence in Little Fox's character. Yi Qian raised his eyes and looked at him calmly. He pursed his lips and smiled obediently. "Captain Xia, you don't have to express yourself. This is enough." She didn't know how to face him if she had to continue to express herself. She had feelings for him and she also had feelings for him, but she was far from seeing him as her boyfriend. She didn't have a boyfriend in her previous life, so it didn't matter if she had one in this life. Yiqian really didn't have any expectations for love. Xia Jinyuan may be a little reckless, but he has always been a man of his word. No matter what happens in the future, you're a girl, so it's only right for him to take care of you. Commander-in-Chief Xia had a smile in his eyes. Although he had a dignified expression that had accumulated over time, his tone was kind and amiable. And you don't have to give in to him for my sake. Just do what you need to do. Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows and let out a long sigh. After talking for so long, I finally heard a word of praise. Little fox, you don't know how much courage it took for me to introduce you to Commander-in-Chief Xia. His body was completely turned sideways and his left hand was bent to support himself on the center armrest between the two driver's seats. When he turned his head, he glanced at Commander-in-Chief Xia's face and made a small gesture with his right hand before he started complaining to Yi Qian. Commander-in-Chief Xia's father is different from other people's fathers. I think you saw it yourself. Other people's fathers are praising their sons, but my father's fathers. Ever since I was young, when other children came home, their parents would always ask, "Did you have fun today? Did anyone bully you? Oh, go. Stand at attention for half an hour. Guards time me. If anyone dares to give him food, you'll have to run 20 kilometers with weights on your back." Little fox, tell me how hard my childhood was. Commander-in-Chief Xia sighed in his heart when he heard his son mention the past and the hand gesture he made when he turned around. People always say that girls side with outsiders, but in his family it was his son who sided with outsiders. Seeing that his future girlfriend was still reserved, he thought of ways to liven up the atmosphere. He was afraid that she wouldn't cooperate, so he used hand gestures to remind her. Chapter 731. However, the little girl was indeed reserved. It had been half an hour, but she still maintained the standard sitting posture of a soldier. No matter how bumpy the car was, her back did not relax at all. She had indeed undergone strict training. Her every move revealed the coldness and loftiness of a soldier. As Yiqian pursed his lips and smiled faintly, Commander-in-Chief Xia smiled and said, "He got into so much trouble when he was young that there was a period of time when I didn't dare to return to the villa complex because I would be stopped by my colleagues on the way back. They would complain about what happened to my son today, what kind of trouble he got into, and what kind of trouble he caused. That period of time, to use an idiom, was a period of darkness. Now that I think about it, I'm considered good-tempered that I didn't strangle him to death back then." Yiqian broke out in a cold sweat. How naughty was Captain Xia back then? He was so naughty that the commander-in-chief did not dare to return home after work. Thinking about it, she pursed her lips and smiled again. No wonder he could still torture people now. No wonder she had a headache whenever she saw him. If he was so naughty when he was young, how could she be a match for him? The anti-chemical regiment was 2.5 hours away from the provincial capital by car. Now only half an hour had passed. After passing the test of Commander-in-Chief Xia Jinyuan noticed that Yiqian was still a little uncomfortable, so he began to talk about his childhood. Xia Jinyuan did not feel embarrassed when he brought up his childhood one by one. Instead, he said proudly, "In the villa complex, there are only two extremes of children. One has excellent grades and the other has terrible grades. Little fox, guess which one I belong to?" "The former." The atmosphere was really good. Yiqian, who had a smile in his eyes, said, "But I'm not sure. Could be the latter. After all, the current Captain Xia still gives the commander-in-chief a headache. Wasn't that right?" He told the commander-in-chief that he wanted to find a high school student as his girlfriend. Only the commander-in-chief could resist beating him up. Smart, I belong to the latter. I was disobedient in school, and I was even more disobedient in the villa complex. All I wanted to do was play, and my favorite game was war. A few groups were divided into two groups. One was the enemy and the other was our army. I was the commander-in-chief of our army. Even if the commander doesn't have a military uniform, he should at least have a hat. So, I took 2 of my friends to steal hats. We climbed through the water pipes and stole at least 20 hats from the logistics building. It just so happened that the military uniforms were being improved that year, and the hats were all new. In the end, I stole all the hats of the guards. After I had my fun, I realized that the hat I stole back was not quite the same. Initially, I wanted to bring it home, but I immediately gave it up. After giving the dirty hat to an enemy with good grades, I went home happily. Yi Qian now understood why the commander-in-chief didn't want to go home. Xia Jinyuan was so mischievous that it was worrying. He asked, "What happened after that? How did you solve it?" Thinking about what had happened in the past, Commander-in-Chief Xia, who was still traumatized, answered on behalf of his son. Later, we found the new military caps from the school bags of more than 20 children, and the mastermind stayed at his grandparents' house that night. The whole courtyard was filled with children's cries, except for my house. It was indeed Captain Xia. Yi Qian secretly gave him a thumbs up for being able to stay out of such a big matter. Commander-in-Chief Xia, who was distracted and recalled the past, said sadly, "Just now, I saw that you seemed to have the urge to beat him up. Go ahead and beat him up. Don't be afraid of hurting him, and don't be afraid that I'll be angry." Yi Qian, who had finally relaxed, was so shocked that his back tensed up again. The commander-in-chief saw through it. Chapter 732. Yi Qian, who was seen through, maintained a calm expression and maintained the smile at the corner of his mouth. He calmly replied, "Just now, I did have the intention to spar with Captain Xia, but I'm not his opponent yet. Even if I had the intention, I would have to rest for the time being." Commander-in-Chief Xia, who had been in the military for half of his life, was not someone who liked to listen to flattery. He had always admired frank and upright soldiers, and Yi Qian's character of not hiding anything and speaking frankly made him even more impressed. The young lady had a calm temperament, was not a flatterer, and was rarely open and upright. It was not surprising that his son, who had high standards, liked her. "We're just chatting now. Xiao Yi, you don't have to be nervous." Commander-in-Chief Xia saw her relaxed back tense again, and then looked at her front, where even her eyebrows were furrowed. It was obvious that she was worried about her future girlfriend's son. He felt that it was better for him to be a kind and loving elder. Back then, even though Old Master and Old Madam did not agree to his marriage with his ex-wife, they did not come forward to stop it. They even reminded him to treat his wife more well, as she had given birth to a family Xia's children. With family traditions, Commander-in-Chief Xia really did not want to break up the couple. "Although I'm a commander-in-chief, I'm also a father and an elder at home. Xiao Yi, you don't have to be too nervous right now. Just treat me as your elder." If it weren't for Xia Jinyuan, Yi Qian would not have known that the commander-in-chief on the stage was so amiable. With his laughter, Yi Qian, who had a good mental fortitude, gradually relaxed. From the anti-chemical regiment to the provincial military, except for the first half hour that made Yi Qian feel uneasy, he did not feel any pressure after that. Because he was a soldier, Commander-in-Chief Xia's speech was incisive, especially when it came to some military analysis. Almost every sentence he said hit the nail on the head. When he talked about war, modern warfare, and future warfare, Yi Qian admired him even more. In less than 10 years, the whole world is focused on information warfare. From aerial reconnaissance to ground combat, it's all electronic information warfare. After the Gulf War, everyone realized that non-contact combat would be an important way of fighting and would become one of the tactical means of high-tech warfare. There are casualties in war, but how to reduce casualties and achieve victory has always been a difficult problem for the armies of all countries. Non-contact warfare is an advantageous tactic. Whether it is our country or other countries, we strive to use this method of warfare to kill the enemy and protect ourselves to the greatest extent. You're still young. While you're working hard to learn military theory, you still have to master information warfare. For example, several experimental research labs at the National University of Science and Technology played a leading role in this field. It's a good thing that you're hot-blooded now, but you have to look further into the future because modern warfare isn't like the wars that happened in the past. Born in an era of peace, you must remember that while humans are progressing, war is also progressing. As for what kind of war the future will be, Commander-in-Chief Xia's original intention was to remind Yi Qian to study hard. As he spoke, he habitually talked about future wars. After a slight pause, he smiled and asked Yi Qian, "Tell me, what kind of war will the future be like?" At this time, Yi Qian was shocked by Commander-in-Chief Xia's words. Commander-in-Chief Xia was right. In less than 10 years, all the powerful countries would be using electronic warfare tactics. The emergence of drones, stealth fighters, and radio-electromagnetic interference all represented electronic warfare. Chapter 733. But now it's 1997. Everything is still under the cover of peace, and our country is still keeping a low profile. After the sanctions in 1990, the United States dismantled all the temporary bases in our country. With the assistance of the United States military, the expert team dismantled all the machinery and equipment, blew up a few completed tanks, and destroyed all the blueprints and design plans at the same time. In terms of the Air Force, the United States Air Force refused to continue delivering the advanced F-16A fighter jets to our country, as well as dozens of B-type fighter jets. Since then, our country began to remain silent in the military and began to lay low until the 1999 military parade. In terms of weapons and equipment, 42 types of equipment were reviewed, and more than 90% of them were new, and most of them were self-designed and produced. These high-tech weapons and equipment became our country's main weapons of war, and also showed the true rise of a big country. In the past, she didn't care about the military. Now that she was on this path, and after listening to Commander-in-Chief Xia's words, she completely believed that the military strength of our country had already made a great leap. And as the highest-ranking general of the three armed forces, he had already set his sights on the forefront of the world. Xia Jinyuan often discussed future wars with the commander-in-chief, and he never felt that this topic was difficult. But now that he was discussing it in front of Yi Qian, he couldn't help but worry. He smiled and said, "Dad, are you testing me or her? If you're testing me, then we've never had a clear winner or loser in future wars. If you're testing my future girlfriend, then this topic is too profound." From a professional point of view, this is indeed a profound topic. But as people who are determined to become outstanding soldiers, this is something that you need to consider. Commander-in-Chief Xia's expression became a little dignified. He said to the two of them, "No matter what your current status is, as long as you're willing to join the military, you have to have this awareness." He didn't want his son to be a conservative, and he didn't want his daughter-in-law to be a short-sighted person. If they didn't know anything, he could teach them, he could remind them, but they absolutely couldn't avoid it. As for Commander-in-Chief Xia's issue, Yi Qian had her doubts. After all, she was reborn. Even though she didn't pay much attention to military matters in her previous life, she had still seen some reports on the news. She pursed her lips slightly. After deliberating in her heart for a while, she said in a cold voice with a steel-like sharpness, "My view on future warfare is also very simple. In the future, close combat will become a declining tactic. The main tactic should be focused on long-range combat, and non-contact combat will inevitably become a major development trend in future warfare. Just as you said, electronic warfare is a long-range battle, and it will be the main battle tactic of the various countries. Using a program to control weapons and accurately control the shooting range is just like a fighter jet dropping cannonballs in the sky. The ground is damaged, but the fighter jet is fine. Both will strive to heavily damage the enemy and ensure a great victory for our side." From the beginning to the end, Xia Jinyuan's heart was filled with shock. He was completely stunned by her. He didn't expect this little fox to have such a deep understanding of the future war despite her young age. It was so deep that she could already see what the future war would be like. Commander-in-Chief Xia had a whole new level of respect for Yi Qian. He was equally shocked as he repeatedly said, "Good." Then he smiled deeply and said, "Very good. It's rare that you can see so far at such a young age. If you really become Xia Jinyuan's girlfriend, it'll be his good fortune." Chapter 734. In our family, Xia, we don't care about family background. What we care about is the level of thought and the quality of a person's character. You don't have to feel burdened when you interact with him. However, I believe in you. The size of Xia Jinyuan's family background is not something you should be concerned about, nor is it a reason for your heart to be moved. At this point, Commander-in-Chief Xia was very satisfied with the high school student that his son had chosen. He did not find the wrong person. It was just that he was a little too young. Fortunately, although he was young, he had a sense of propriety. Only then could he truly be at ease. He was not afraid that the two of them would do something that would destroy their futures. Yi Qian smiled and replied, Commander-in-Chief, don't worry. Captain Xia and I are not in a relationship right now. I won't do anything that would destroy our futures. I believe in myself and Captain Xia. I'm not worried about the two of you. A far-sighted person would not do anything that would destroy their futures. Commander-in-Chief Xia nodded and asked Xia Jinyuan, who had been silent for a long time, Are you going directly to the anti-chemical regiment in the afternoon? Or do you have something else to do? Xia Jinyuan's eyes were deep and dark. His thin lips slightly straightened, and his voice was deep and cold. He said calmly, I'll go back to the anti-chemical regiment in the afternoon. I'll send you off first, then send Yi Qian off. As he spoke, an obscure light rose and fell in the depths of his eyes. It seemed that he did not fully understand Little Fox. He did not know that she was so far-sighted. She was much more far-sighted than him, a veteran who grew up in a military compound and had been in the army for several years. Commander-in-Chief Xia looked at the time and replied, Okay. He then asked the driver about the itinerary. Yi Qian sighed softly in her heart. This was the first time she used what she knew from her previous life to answer a question from this life. She felt a little uneasy in her heart. She did not look at Xia Jinyuan, but she could feel his deep and heavy gaze on her. He must be thinking, how did she know all this? Yes, she was so young. How could she know what future battles were? How could she know what tactics would be used in future battles? Yi Qian was too young to answer, but a woman who had lived 2 lives could. As a woman who had lived 2 lives and had a secret that she couldn't tell anyone, how could she open her heart and accept the other half of her life? Commander-in-Chief Xia was happy. His daughter-in-law was indeed a good choice, but there were still a few years before she would truly become his daughter-in-law. It all depended on how the two of them developed. The car entered the provincial capital and soon arrived at the provincial military base. Commander-in-Chief Xia, who had gained an understanding of Yi Qian and was very satisfied with him in all aspects, said with a smile, I still have to go back to the military base for a small meeting. You two can go do your own things. After chatting for about an hour and talking about military affairs for about 40 minutes, Commander-in-Chief Xia was so satisfied that he could completely ignore her age. He rolled down the car window and waved at Yi Qian, who had already gotten out of the car. After a few more words of advice, he ordered the driver to start the car. The car had already driven into the provincial military base. Yi Qian raised her head and her gaze slowly fell on the huge national emblem directly above the entrance of the provincial military base. She then looked at Xia Jinyuan, who was standing silently beside her, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. She said, In less than 2 years, I will also have this national emblem on my body. Because her goal was the military academy. This was also the hope of Uncle Chun and Uncle Jen. You definitely will, because you will become an excellent soldier, Xia Jinyuan said slowly. There was a firm trust in his words. Chapter 735. Yi Qian smiled. It was almost 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Yi Qian's fair skin glowed like pearls as she stood under the sun. Her shoulder-length hair was tied up with a black hair tie, accentuating her delicate facial features. When she smiled, one could clearly see that her dark and watery eyes were burning brighter than the sun. You trust me unconditionally, just like Uncle Chun and Grandpa Jen. Xia Jinyuan liked to hear that. His thin lips slowly curved into a smile. It was 32 degrees Celsius, and he was wearing a military green uniform. Under the sunlight, there was a thin layer of sweat on his handsome forehead. He didn't look ugly, but he looked masculine and mighty. If I don't trust my future girlfriend, who else can I trust? He replied. Yi Qian smiled at him and said, Captain Xia, although I don't have parents, I still have 2 elders. If you want to be my boyfriend, it will be a little difficult. Grandpa Jen and Uncle Chun told me from the beginning that a woman should be indomitable, independent, and confident. She should be able to live her life to the fullest without relying on anyone. You want to be my boyfriend? Captain Xia, don't be so confident. When she heard him tell her that he had mentioned it to Commander-in-Chief Xia, she suppressed these words in her heart. Now that the Commander-in-Chief was gone, she, who had no psychological burden, could naturally say it out loud. Xia Jinyuan narrowed his eyes, revealing a dangerous aura that Yi Qian was familiar with. Do you think that will be a problem? At the entrance of the provincial military base, The bold Major Xia put his hands in his trouser pockets and leaned his slender body towards her. I'm a reckless person, so reckless that even Commander-in-Chief Xia didn't dare to go home. Little fox, do you think I won't be able to make the two elders agree? If the action of narrowing his eyes was done by a wretched man with unclear eyebrows and eyes, she would find that person even more wretched and disgusting. However, Xia Jinyuan's facial features were elegant and noble, and his eyes were deep and cold. When he narrowed his eyes, he didn't look wretched at all. Instead, he looked like a sleeping cheetah, so elegant that even though he knew it was dangerous, he still wanted to look at it for a long time. Yi Qian looked at him, but in her heart, she thought about the dangerous man in front of her, who wouldn't give up until he achieved his goal. His words couldn't be taken as a joke, and she had to take it seriously. Her delicate eyebrows furrowed slightly, and she said calmly, Uncle Chen and Grandpa Jen are both veterans of the battlefield. What kind of people haven't they seen before? Since they're teaching me, they won't easily agree to let a man who appeared out of nowhere take me away. This wasn't the first time she had reminded her to prioritize her studies. How could Xia Jinyuan agree so easily? I have an innocent and cute little fox. Although she's smart and quick-witted, it's a pity that she met a smarter and more difficult hunter like me. It's difficult for her to escape. Xia Jinyuan laughed, and his laughter was deep and mellow like wine. Uncle Chen already knows what I'm thinking. If I go over and tell him that Commander-in-Chief Xia doesn't object, do you think Uncle Chen will stop me? Or will he nod in agreement? He had his eyes on her, so naturally, he had considered all the factors that needed to be considered. For example, how to get the approval of Uncle Jen and Uncle Chen was an important consideration, so how could he miss it? The smart hunter made a move. Although he didn't have much experience, it was because he was smart that he considered everything. He took one step at a time and didn't allow for any mistakes. Chapter 736. He leaned over, and the distance between them was so close that she felt as if she was enveloped by the faint mint smell on his body. When she was about to take a step back, Xia Jinyuan had already stood up straight leisurely and said, Don't doubt it. Uncle Chen does know. Little fox, you have to know that everything I said was true and valid. I said that you would be my future girlfriend and future wife. This is absolutely true. I've also said that I'll hold your hand and lead you to the peak, and I'll never leave you. This is effective, and the time limit is in my lifetime. Yi Qian was shocked by his words. He was afraid that Xia Jinyuan was trying to blackmail him, so he asked suspiciously, You told Uncle Chen? When did this happen? Why didn't I know about it? Uncle Chen definitely wouldn't hide anything about me. If you really told him about it, why didn't Uncle Chen beat you up then? Yi Jian really didn't know that when they were training in the no man's land that year, they accidentally met the Shuiyu Brigade and got rid of the mercenaries sent by other countries, as well as an active soldier of another country. Headmaster Chan took the initiative to talk to Xia Jinyuan when he was resting due to his waist injury. Moreover, it was Principal Chan who directly cut to the chase and said that he had noticed that Major Xia was interested in Jian Yiling. I can tell that Major Xia is interested in Jian Yiling. If it's just a momentary interest, Major Xia, I advise you not to provoke an orphan. What did Xia Jinyuan say at that time? Faced with Yi Qian's skepticism, Xia Jinyuan narrowed his cheetah-like eyes. He still remembered all the things he said at that time. Are you afraid that I'll blackmail you? Uncle Chen not only knew that I was interested in a little fox a long time ago, but he also warned me to stay away from you. Xia Jinyuan said with great interest. At the same time, he admired Ma Yingli's expression, which began to change. There was shock, anger, and a little disbelief. In front of others, the little fox had always been indifferent. It was impossible for her to reveal her 7 emotions and 6 desires. Only in front of him did she show both joy and anger. No matter how many faces she had in front of him, she was still a real and intelligent little fox. Unfortunately, she still hadn't realized that she was the real Yi Qian in front of Xia Jinyuan. It didn't matter, the two of them still had enough time. Although life was only a few tens of thousands of days, in the following days in her life, in his life, there would definitely be each other's presence. When Yi Qian heard this, he was already half convinced. If Uncle Chen knew about this, he would definitely warn him. Even Uncle Chen knew about it a long time ago. That was why she was so embarrassed and angry at the same time. What did you say to Uncle Chen, and when did you say it? The night when you came to school to send me off to train with the motor vehicle soldiers? If she really wanted to talk about it, she probably only had the chance to do so that night. Xia Jinyuan smiled faintly and said, "There's no hurry. I'll return to the anti-chemical regiment at 7:30 p.m. We still have a few hours to talk about it slowly." She was anxious, but he wasn't. "It's a little hot outside. Let's find a place to talk slowly. Let's go to the pharmacy first. Yesterday, the military doctor said that you had to change your bandages after today's military training. I guess you didn't go." That was because he didn't smell any anti-inflammatory medicine on her body. As a soldier who wore a training uniform or a combat uniform, he would always carry anti-inflammatory medicine and other commonly used drugs with him. He was always particularly sensitive to such smells. Chapter 737. Yi Qian didn't change her medicine and planned to go to the pharmacy alone to buy some medicine before going back to school. When she heard what he said, she looked up at the entrance of the military district. This wasn't a good place to talk. There were sentries at the entrance, and they had probably noticed them. It was a restricted military area. If it weren't for the fact that he was in military uniform and she was in camouflage, the sentries would have already chased them away. Seeing that she didn't reject him, Xia Jinyuan's smile deepened. The sharpness in his eyes was replaced with gentleness. Yi Qian inadvertently glanced at him and felt her vision blur. She hurriedly looked away. After living for 2 lifetimes, Xia Jinyuan was indeed the most outstanding and good-looking man she had ever met. He was outstanding, good-looking, capable, and had a good family background. His temperament was elegant and noble. Who could bear to reject such a man? Even though she tried to mentally prepare herself every day, she still couldn't escape from him. She did have feelings for him. But what could she do? Just because she had feelings for him didn't mean she could fall in love immediately. She still had a lot of things to do. Relationships weren't her priority. Yi Qian adjusted her breathing and said calmly, "There's a pharmacy in the alley behind the school. I bought some and went back to the dorm to change. Captain Xia, you should go back to the anti-chemical regiment. After all, you're here to study." She hurriedly looked away and slowly regained her composure, leaving only a faint blush on her face. When Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows slightly, the smile in his eyes deepened. Sometimes, he didn't mind using his masculinity to attract the calm and self-controlled little fox. Women doll themselves up for the man they love, and so did men. Later, buy a small first aid kit and go back to school. You have to prepare some commonly used medicine yourself. Also, are you sure it's convenient to go back to the dorm to change your medicine? Aren't you afraid your classmates will ask you questions? Xia Jinyuan put an arm around her shoulders and walked towards the main road where they could hail a taxi. "After buying the medicine, we'll go to the hotel. Then you can rest for a while before going back to school." Yi Qian struggled out of his arms and glared at him. "Don't get touchy. The commander-in-chief said that I'm still young and shouldn't mess around. The commander-in-chief also said that since you're my future girlfriend, I should take care of you more." Xia Jinyuan didn't want to keep a distance from her. His deep eyes looked at Yi Jian, whose face was flushed. The faint smile on his lips was charming and noble. "Do you know why the commander-in-chief didn't object after seeing you?" "I don't want to know. If I had known that the commander-in-chief would object, I would have definitely told the commander-in-chief that you must insist on opposing and remain unwavering in your opposition." Xia Jinyuan did not get angry. Instead, he chuckled and said, "Are you angry? Be good, don't get angry and hurt yourself. The commander-in-chief's objection is invalid. What I want to do, the person I fancy and the person I like have nothing to do with him. So, don't worry about the commander-in-chief objecting to our relationship." Every time this happened, Yi Qian could only remain silent. She was not angry at all, nor was she afraid that the commander-in-chief would object. Most importantly, she just wanted to know why the commander-in-chief didn't object after seeing her. However, after hearing what he said, it became that she was worried that the commander-in-chief would object. "Captain Xia, you must have been beaten by the commander-in-chief a lot when you were young?" Yi Qian asked through gritted teeth. He was so annoying, so good at twisting the meaning of others' words, and so natural. She really wanted to beat him up. Chapter 738. What should she do? Her fists were itching to punch him. Major Xia, who grew up being beaten up, raised his eyebrows and looked at her meaningfully. He said slowly, "Why are you in such a hurry to find out about my childhood? I thought I said enough in the car, but it turns out my little fox doesn't think it's enough." "You don't have to answer. I don't have the desire to know everything about Captain Xia's childhood." Yi Qian's face stiffened. She thought that she still needed to get used to Xia Jinyuan's other side, his thick-skinned side. It was clearly a venting sentence, but he misinterpreted it as a question. In Xia Jinyuan's eyes, Yi Qian was undoubtedly adorable. She was so adorable that he wanted to get closer to her again and again, wanting to know more about her. He beat him often, but after every beating, my dad would have to go back to the family home to receive a lecture. Aunt Lu, who took care of me, would immediately call my grandfather every time I was beaten up. After that, I would cry on the side while my dad was being lectured by my grandfather. It was a repeat of this almost every day. When I reached the rebellious stage of my youth, my dad would sometimes rather stay in the military guest house than return to the villa complex. He was afraid that his colleagues in the villa complex would drag their sons to his door. When he mentioned his mischievous past, Xia Jinyuan's handsome face was full of smiles. However, Yi Qian saw a hint of coldness in the corners of his eyes. When he finally said, "A child without a mother is such a headache," Yi Qian's eyelids twitched. She pursed her lips and said, "At least you have a father. My father died before my mother. After my mother passed away, other children happily called out Dad and Mom every day. As for me, I didn't even know where to find my own parents." Was she trying to comfort him? But using her sad past to comfort him really made his heart ache. Xia Jinyuan stopped in his tracks. He looked at the girl who looked sad even when she was comforting someone. His eyes were filled with pity for her. In the years to come, he only hoped that her life would be peaceful and that she would no longer be sad. Yi Qian, who didn't realize that his comforting words made his heart ache, couldn't help but stop. Dai Qing's elegant brows furrowed. "You're not leaving? Do you want to stay and enjoy the beautiful scenery of the provincial military base?" The sunlight moved along with the swaying shadows of the trees, and the man in military uniform standing in the mottled light and shadow was the most beautiful scenery here. The military uniform was slim-fitting, and the military cap was pressed to the brim. He was handsome and mighty, and only felt that it was a blessing of 3 lifetimes to see such an outstanding man. Yi Qian had never been attracted to beauty, but every time he saw Xia Jinyuan, especially Xia Jinyuan in his military uniform, he would be dazzled and his heart would race. 10 miles of spring breeze can't compare to your smile when you look back. It turns out that beauty in the eyes of the beholder can be so stunning that it can make people intoxicated for a long time. Xia Jinyuan looked at the most beautiful scenery and the most beautiful person. His cold eyes were as bright as the cold stars in the winter night. Although she had lost her parents, her children would eventually have to go on a long journey when they grew up. In that case, let him take care of her for the rest of her life, lest she be sad, and protect her for the rest of her life. Looking at her, Xia Jinyuan smiled faintly and said slowly, "In my heart, in my eyes, the most beautiful scenery in the world is the person in front of me." At this moment, he smiled slightly, and she suddenly became absent-minded. The provincial military base was also built against the mountains. It was the site of an old revolutionary base. The buildings outside were filled with a modern vibe, but deep in the shade of the trees, there were red brick houses. Through the fence, one could vaguely see the buildings that had been around for a long time. Chapter 739. Autumn had already passed and the wind was blowing. As it blew the leaves off the camphor tree, it also swept up the yellow leaves on the ground. A leaf slowly fell from the tree and floated past Yi Qian's eyes. In that second, the figure of a man in a military uniform blurred. Yi Qian was stunned by his sudden words. She didn't know that words of love could be so moving. She was caught off guard and her heart began to palpitate. His gentleness instantly permeated her limbs and bones. She didn't even have the chance to reject him. Just like that, he occupied a corner of her heart and broke her high walls. Xia Jinyuan chuckled. He didn't see any sadness in her eyes because of the past. Instead, he saw her being stunned because of him. "You're daydreaming again. When did you develop this habit of daydreaming?" He raised his hand to remove the leaf that had fallen on her head. It brought with it a masculine scent that was both strong and gentle. Yi Qian, who had forgotten to breathe, suddenly came back to her senses when she heard his voice and scent. She coughed violently. She had forgotten to breathe earlier, but now she took a deep breath and the air rushed into her lungs, causing her trachea to itch. When Xia Jinyuan saw this, he laughed so hard that even his chest was shaking. He quickly stroked her back with his slender hand and sighed. So it's because I was daydreaming. It seems like my appearance is still somewhat useful. At least it can seduce the little fox into forgetting herself. Seduce. Yi Qian, who was coughing so hard that she couldn't breathe properly, looked up. She wanted to glare at him fiercely, but to Xia Jinyuan, her watery eyes were just shy. His smile was gentle and his hand was still stroking her back. Then his gaze deepened. This little fox. He really couldn't help but want to kiss her. He wanted to kiss those eyes that made his heart race. Captain Xia is so good-looking and deliberately smiled beautifully in front of me. If my eyes weren't dazzled, how could I live up to Captain Xia's painstaking efforts? Yi Qian wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. When she saw his dark eyes, her heart skipped a beat. She seemed to have a premonition that something was about to happen. She quickly ran away from him, away from his pervasive presence that made her flustered. She was in a daze because he was handsome, and she was also in a daze because of his words of love. In short, she was indeed in a daze. The embarrassed Yi Qian flew away, his face uncontrollably burning red. After a while, his face and ears were red, but his heart was still trembling. Xia Jinyuan's eyes were filled with amusement as he watched her leave quickly. He raised his hand and tapped his lips with his index finger. Her breath was on his finger. She escaped at the right time. If she was half a second later, she would have kissed him on the green bridge leading to the main road in the military compound. The thought of kissing him didn't disappear with her escape. Instead, it became more intense. There seemed to be some distance between the last kiss and now he wanted to kiss her again. The blushing Yi Qian really felt that she was fleeing. Only he could make her feel flustered. What was this? Logically speaking, she was a few years older than him. Where do you think you're going? The weather is changing. Let's call a cab. She walked quickly, but she couldn't keep up with Xia Jinyuan's long legs. After he caught up with her, he put his arm around her shoulders and pulled her into his embrace. Your wound is already a little inflamed. If you get drenched by the rain, you won't be able to train with the soldiers for the next few days, little fox. Yi Qian, who was already flustered, was suddenly pulled into his embrace. She instinctively lifted her leg and stepped on his foot. Let go, Xia Jinyuan. Chapter 740. Be good if you're injured. Don't move around. Be careful of my hand touching your arm. The corners of Xia Jinyuan's mouth curled up. He lifted his leg and avoided her movement. He hailed a taxi and lowered his head to her ear. He lowered his voice and laughed softly. Good girl, get in the car first. It's starting to rain. Once autumn passed, the weather changed quickly. A few minutes ago, the sun was still shining brightly, but now dark clouds were gathering from all directions and enveloping the entire provincial capital. The rain started to fall before the thunder and lightning even started. Even when he spoke, he was so close to her ear that Yi Qian could feel his warm lips brushing against her ear. His lowered voice had a hint of teasing. Yi Qian was angry and helpless. How did she end up with such a dangerous man? When she first met him, he was as cold as a sword, elegant and indifferent. Why was he so different in private? Yi Qian's fingertips were trembling. She was the type of person who became braver with every setback. If she was pushed too far, she would definitely fight back. She gritted her teeth and said, I can walk and take a taxi myself. Captain Xia, you don't have to take care of me so carefully. You have to take good care of her. Otherwise, her future girlfriend will be unhappy. Xia Jinyuan opened the car door and let her get in first. He then got in himself. After giving the taxi driver an address, he sat down politely and stopped teasing Yi Qian. In front of others, Xia Jinyuan would never forget that as a soldier, he had to act like one. The taxi driver glanced at the man and woman sitting in the back seat, then looked again. He suddenly sighed and said, Young man, is it difficult for soldiers like you to find a girlfriend? My nephew is also a soldier. He's already 25 or 26 years old, but he still hasn't found a girlfriend. My whole family is worried that he will really become a bachelor. So he was a soldier's family member. No wonder they could chat so well. Xia Jinyuan maintained his politeness and smiled. Sometimes the army will organize blind dates. The leaders in the army are also very worried about the soldier's marriage. Huh? Is there really such a thing? My nephew said the same thing and we thought he was just coaxing us. That's good, that's good. If you like her, you can bring her home. The chatting master glanced at the silent but smiling female soldier and said happily, "Your girlfriend is not bad. She's pretty and she's a soldier like you. You have something in common." Yi Qian swallowed unnaturally. How did this master know that she was his girlfriend? We also chose her through blind dates, so don't worry, master. Your nephew will definitely find a girlfriend. Who knows, he might even be able to bring his girlfriend home to visit his family during the new year. Major Xia felt that the taxi driver had good eyesight, seeing through his relationship with Little Fox at a glance. He was in a good mood and even chatted with the taxi driver. Yi Qian rubbed his forehead. After a while, he reminded the driver implicitly, "Sir, it's raining heavily. Please drive carefully." Then he said coldly to Xia Jinyuan, "Don't talk anymore. It's easy to get distracted while driving." "Oh, you sure know how to take care of things." Yes. "It's raining, so we have to drive carefully. Let's not talk about it anymore." The taxi driver laughed loudly. In the heavy rain, the car drove steadily towards their destination. Xia Jinyuan leaned over and said to Yi Qian, "The reason why the commander-in-chief is not worried about me following you is because my little fox doesn't look like an underage girl. She looks like an adult female soldier." Chapter 741. From her face, one could see that she was young and inexperienced. From her eyes, one could see that she was tenacious and indomitable. From her words, one could tell that she was a calm and collected girl. In other words, Yi Qian did not look like an underage girl. In short, she was very reassuring. Yi Qian glanced at him coldly and said, "Are you saying that I'm a little immature?" "Sai, I hope you're a little immature. Although you don't look like an underage girl, I can't bear to do anything to you just by looking at your face. So tender that you're oozing water." Xia Jinyuan adjusted his military cap and covered his face with his arm. There was a slightly evil expression on his face. "You still need to grow a little more." Yi Qian secretly rubbed her palms. Even if she couldn't win, she had to spar with him. Outside the taxi, it was raining heavily. Inside the taxi, there was a song that was very suitable to listen to in the rain. The singer had an ethereal voice, singing with a clear and cold lingering voice. The taxi driver was quite in the mood, humming along and not chatting with the passengers. When they arrived at the entrance of the hotel, the bellboy had already walked over and politely opened the back door. "Welcome to Caesar Hotel. It's wet and slippery, so please be careful." The place they were staying at was much more luxurious than the previous one. It was a 5-star hotel in the provincial capital. Even an hourly room was expensive. "Go back to your room and rest. I'll go to the pharmacy. Do you need a change of clothes?" Xia Jinyuan handed her the double room key. He did not walk her into the room. Instead, he stood at the door and said, "You need to change your clothes both inside and outside. Inside and outside clothes, including underwear and underwear." Yi Qian felt her body heat up. In her 2 lifetimes, she had never discussed her underwear with a man. After opening the door, she angrily pushed him. "I don't want to. If you keep talking, I'll go back to school right now." Although she looked fierce, she still looked like a delicate girl. He would never get tired of seeing Yi Qian like this. Xia Jinyuan knew why she was so shy and he couldn't help but laugh. "Little Fox, do you have to be shy about this? Why did you think of letting your classmates bring your luggage back to school? Go back to your room quickly. You can take a good shower before I come back, and then lie on the bed." Suddenly, he reached out and hugged her waist without any warning. Yi Qian was so frightened that he almost screamed. His vision spun again. He carried her, turned around and carried her into the room. His tall and slender body pressed against her, pressing her back against the cold wall. He closed the door with his leg, and the room card was inserted into the electric socket. As her back pressed against the wall, the electric switch in the room was turned on. A ray of light pierced through the darkness. Yi Qian widened his eyes and saw him staring at him deeply. It was so deep, so dark, and in the deepest, darkest part of him there was an undercurrent that made him panic. You, what are you trying to do? She asked in a panic. After a short moment of calming down, she said, Captain Xia, don't forget what we agreed on. We agreed not to fall in love now, and we agreed not to mess around now. That's right, in Yi Qian's world, hugging and whispering sweet nothings to each other. We're all messing around. So young Master Jun, don't mess around. He wasn't going to mess around, but when he saw how eager she was for him to leave, he couldn't help but want to tease her.